Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting of the Western BCP Planning Committee, our July meeting, today the 17th of July. First of all, I'll hand over to the Democratic Services Officer to read the housekeeping notices and then tell us about any apologies and substitute members we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point at the War Memorial in the gardens opposite the front of this building. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you. Apologies. So we've received apologies from Councillor Kate Salmon and Councillor Cameron Adams, and we have Councillor Joe Salmon substituting for Councillor Kate Salmon.
Thank you for that. Before we go any further, I'll ask everyone taking part in the committee to introduce themselves for the sake of people in the room and anyone watching online. First of all, my name is Marion Lepedvin. I'm Councillor for Newtown and Heatherlands Ward, and I'm Chair of this planning committee.
Councillor Joe Clements, Penhill Ward, and Vice Chair of this committee.
Joe Salmon, Moordown Ward.
Councillor Michelle Dower, Kinston Ward, and member of this committee.
Julian Martin, Boscombe West Ward, and member of this committee.
Councillor John Challoner, Camford Cliffs Ward.
Councillor Simon McCormack, Burton Grange Ward.
Councillor Chapman Law for Alderney and Bourne Valley.
So thank you. They're the members of the committee, and in addition, we have several council officers either in the room or available online. So let's start with the two in the room, please.
I'm Katie Harrington and Development Management Manager.
Monika Kwiatkowska, DM Team Lead and Western Team.
And in addition, online, among others, we have Rob Firth, who is a legal officer who will be here online to help us with any legal issues that crop up, any queries we have. And he's not present because he's tested positive for COVID. So I wish him a speedy recovery. And of course, you've already heard from the Democratic Services Officer, Rebecca Rhodes. So first of all, any declarations of interest from members? Yes, Councillor Martin.
6C, 31 Springfield Crescent. I'll be excusing myself from that one. I've got personal reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we move on to item 4, the confirmation of minutes. And because June was an extremely busy month for this committee, we have 3 sets of minutes from the meeting on the 12th of June, the 19th of June, and the 30th of June. So has anyone got any concerns about any of those minutes? So can we take a blanket acceptance that these present a true record? Thank you, everybody. I will sign those in due course and hand them over. So now we move on to the schedule of planning applications. The first one is 6A, 106 Panorama Road, and the presenting officer is Babatunde Aragbizola, who will be joining us online to present the case. And then the registered speakers will speak after that. So over to you, case officer.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Babatunde Aragbizola, and I'll be presenting the application before us today for 106 Panorama Road. The application reference number is APP/24/00640/F. The proposal description is replacement property, including improvement works to the seawall following demolition of existing property and boat house, which is the development will be a self-custom build. Next slide, please. The slide before us shows the extent of the conservation area. See the boundary, the red line, it shows the extent of the conservation area within Panorama Road. Next slide, please. The slide before us today shows pinpoint the exact location of the application property, which is where the red dot is. As we can see, the property is within this other plot. Thank you. Next slide. This slide also shows the extent of the plot with the matured vegetation within the site. Next slide, please. This view can be seen from Panorama Road, which gives a glimpse view to the application property that's being proposed to be demolished. Next slide, please. Yeah, the view here is what we will see from the arbor point, and as you can see, that's the rear elevation of the existing property that's currently on site. Next slide, please. Yeah, because this is the location plan that has been submitted by the applicant, showing the plot size, the existing build form within the application site. Next slide. This is the proposed layout. It's just giving us a context of the development in relation to the plot and its neighboring properties. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think at this point, I think it's worth mentioning that the proposed development will comprise a two-story building, including a basement. And the slide before us is showing the ground floor, where there will be a lot of habitable rooms. Next slide. Yes, this slide shows the first floor part of the first floor element of the development and the roof and the proposed green roof for the building. Next slide, please. The slide here shows the basement as part of the development, which will have an habitable room as well. Next slide. This is the front elevation of the proposed development from Panorama Road. There is the rear elevation of the proposed development. This slide before is quite important. This is an artistic impression of what the proposed development will look like when it's finished, when it's completed. And this is a view from the arbor point. Next slide, please. The slide before us is trying to put into context what is currently there and what if perhaps planning permission is granted, what it's going to look like in the future. The one at the top is the before, which is the exact state of the property as we speak, and the after is the photograph below, showing an artistic impression of what it would look like in the future. Next slide, please. Yeah, the main concern about this application before us today is whether the proposed development will preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the sandbanks conservation area and maintain the setting of non-designated heritage assets. According to the planning guidance, non-designated heritage assets are buildings, monuments, sites, or landscapes identified as having heritage significance, but do not meet the criteria for designated heritage assets. In contrast, designated heritage assets are formally recognized for their historic, architectural, artistic, or cultural value and require preservation for current and future generations. The proposal before us today will affect two heritage assets. One is the property at number 106 Panorama Road, which has been identified as non-designated heritage asset. Second is the sandbank conservation area, a designated heritage asset. Next slide, please. This slide is just going to give us a brief explanation of the application building. The application property has been identified within the Sandbanks Conservation Area Character Appraisal Management Plan as a positive contributor to the conservation area character. This particular site a contribution stems from its original traditional cottage design and its historic association with North Avon Point Estate. The property features a steeply pitched roof with dormers, an open porch facing the arbor, and is surrounded by dense tree cover, providing a visually prominent and historically significant endpoint to the conservation area. These features support an understanding of Sandbank's historical development. This application property has been altered over the years. Despite alterations, the dwelling still retains art and craft influenced features such as its proportioned slate roof, multi-pane casement windows, which if put together, aligns with the character of the conservation area. Next slide. The conservation area significance. As per historic England, conservation areas derive significance from a combination of buildings, streets, spaces, and historic context. In Sandbanks, this significance lies in the quality of surviving pre-World War II homes in an exceptional coastal setting. Properties along Panorama Road, such as the subject site, typically feature Edwardian or art and craft designs within verdant sylvan plots with harbor views. Given this context, 106 Panorama Road holds historical, architectural, and social value, contributing meaningfully to the conservation area. Its removal as per the proposed development would harm the conservation area's character and diminish its significance, contrary to local plan policy PP30 of the Pool Local Plan and Neighborhood Plan SAN 5 of the Sandbanks Peninsula Neighborhood Plan, both of which requires the retention of buildings that positively contribute to the conservation areas. Next slide. Going to the proposed development, the applicant has put forward a replacement dwelling, which is of a contemporary design, reflective of some newer buildings along Panorama Road, but significantly differs in scale and form. It will be larger in footprint, closer to the road, and 2 stories high with a flat roof, basement, and garage. This element will result in a bulky and a boxy appearance, while the Sandbanks Neighborhood Plan Design Guide allows for flat roof. The Principle 6 of the Neighborhood Plan built from calls for new development to reflect the surrounding traditional built character. The proposal conflicts with this guidance, as the design does not align with more traditional pitched roof dwellings nearby. The demolition of the existing house will lead to a loss of significance and visual quality within the conservation area, and the replacement dwelling will add further visual harm. I attribute substantial weight to the harm caused by demolition of this existing property and a moderate weight to the impact of the new building. When taking account of all the above, I found that the harmful impact on the character and appearance of the area will fail to preserve or enhance the significance of the conservation area as a whole. Furthermore, the proposal will harm the setting and significance of the locally listed building, given that the harmful effect will be localized. The proposal will cause less than substantial harm to the significance of the designated asset, to which I give considerable importance and weight. In such circumstances, the framework, which is the MPP of national policy, requires that less than substantial harm be weighed against any public benefits. Next slide. Just to give us a bit of a policy context, the Neighborhood Plan SAN 5, states that for any development existing should retain and preserve buildings of architectural or local heritage value in a manner appropriate to their significance in accordance with national, and local policy. The pool local plan also states within policy PP30 that new development should strive to preserve or enhance the historic, architectural, and archaeological significance of heritage assets and their settings in a manner that is proportionate with their significance. The framework, which is the MPPF, in paragraph 215, where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. Paragraph 216 of the MPPF also states that the effect of an application on the significance of non-designated heritage asset, which is the application building, should be taken into account in determining the application. In weighing applications that directly or indirectly affect a non-designated heritage asset, a balanced judgment will be required, having regard to the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset. Next slide, please. Assessment of harm against the public benefit. The applicant, via their legal representation, identify the following public benefit: that a new dwelling will provide a visual and environmental enhancements from a proposed seawall and landscaping. The design choices, including use of local materials and a sedum roof. Lastly, the new development will bring about an improvement in energy efficiency. The applicant claimed that the current property has an F, and the new development will improve it to A-rated energy efficiency. Overall, the proposal will fail to preserve or enhance the significance of the conservation area. I will also harm the setting of the non-designated heritage assets. While the harm might be localized, it constitutes less than substantial harm under the National Planning Policy Framework, which must be weighed against any public benefit. While this scheme, would deliver a more energy efficient home, some economic activity, it would replace an existing habitable dwelling and would not increase housing supply within the district. The seawall improvement, the reduced flood risk, all these benefits are private in nature. On balance, these benefits are modest and do not outweigh the identified heritage harm. Next slide. In conclusion, given the significant harm of the character and appearance of the conservation area and the setting of the non-designated heritage asset, the proposal is contrary to Chapter 16 of the MPPF, Policy PP30 of the Local Plan, and Policy SAN 5 of the Neighborhood Plan. The footnote 7 in paragraph 11D, subsection 1 of the MPPF indicate that this harm provide a clear reason for refusal, negating the need for further balance under paragraph 11D, subsection 2 of the framework. The proposal will harm the character and appearance of the CA and its significance for the reasons set out above, and is a matter to which I must attribute great weight. The proposal will also cause harm to non-designated heritage assets, which add further substantial weight against the development. I attribute limited weight to the benefit of the scheme as detailed above. For the reasons given above, the scheme will not comply with the development plan when considered as a whole, and there are no material considerations, including the framework, that outweigh the identified harm and associated development plan conflict. In conclusion, the development conflicts with the relevant policies and lacks sufficient public benefit to justify the harm. The application should therefore be refused. Thank you. Next slide. The applicant has requested that this particular photograph be shown during the presentation, and there is another one after that. That's just photograph showing us the current state of the property and what it will look like in the future if planning permission is granted. Next slide, please. Yes, and this is another picture the applicant has requested that needs to be displayed during the presentation. What this shows is that the top photograph shows the current state of the sea walls, and the photograph bottom shows what the applicant has proposed, the improvement proposed on to the sea wall. Lastly, before thank you very much. Just I just want to bring to our attention an update. 2 days ago, we received a third-party representation indicating that badges were found between property at 108 and 106. I'd like to reiterate the fact that during this application, the applicant submitted an ecology report, and the report concluded that during the survey, there were no badges found on site, and that report was reviewed by BCP ecology officer and agreed with the conclusion within the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we move on to speakers from the floor, registered speakers, and we have no objectors, but on behalf of the applicant, we have Tom Glanfield and Claire Spiller, who are going to share the 5-minute allocation between them. Okay, when you're ready. 5 minutes will start now.
Hi again, I'm Tom. Just to recap what I said last time, is I'm not a developer looking to build a big block of flats. I'm not someone looking to purchase this and flip it for money in the future. I'm very much a family man and trying to make this a family home. I'll probably die in that place, hopefully after this project gets done. I'm here with my kids, Felix and Ollie, and Jude's outside somewhere as well. And yeah, the property is energy rated F energy rating. I care deeply about the environment. I actually have a renewable energy recruitment firm that I built from scratch. I didn't come from money. And I proposed a eco home, which is A in rating. The house state is not good. I didn't allow my kids even go to right down to those points in the harbour wall. It's quite dangerous. And the development we propose, I think, it would be significantly enhance the environment there and the display to the public. I'm even putting a living seawall at great expense on the front of the wall, which I won't even see from the property myself. It's purely for public benefit. I do feel a custodian of the property there. I think it's an amazing property location, and it's the last thing that vessels see leaving the harbour and the first thing that vessels see coming back into the harbour. I've enlisted 2 amazing architects locally who have done a great job, and it's up for a national award. The property, I think, personally looks out of place now. Either side of it, you have flat-roofed modern houses. So to one side is granted planning permission, and to the other side is another flat-roofed modern house. The property isn't of any heritage significance, in my opinion. It is the servant quarters to the main house, which has been demolished and has been built on by lots of modern flat-roofed homes. And it's been altered significantly over the years with permitted developments and extensions that have been granted by the council. And yeah, it's time for it to be, I think, developed. And I actually think you've all got an opportunity with me, without sounding in any way arrogant, that I've got the energy, I've got the time, I've got the money to really put into this, to make something that I think everyone here can be proud of. And I really hope you grant it. I listened to your conversations last time, and they sounded, I thought, fairly positive. I didn't quite understand the legal side, so I employed Paul Cairns, who's a KC, who was a pretty scary guy, but he wrote his opinion, and I think he stated quite clearly that it could be done. So I really hope that you grant it. Thank you very much.
The barrister's opinion that Tom has referred to also gives a comparable legal precedent of a similar cases approved and upheld by other planning committees. Our opinion remains firm. The public benefit of our proposal outweighs the loss of the existing bungalow. The heritage assessment on the quality of the existing building was produced by the highly respected heritage expert, Dr. James Weir. The Sandbanks Conservation Area was designated in 2003 and an appraisal produced in 2009, with no formal review since, despite more than 2 decades of change. As a result, we conducted a full review of the conservation area as part of this application undertaken by Dr. James Weir. The conclusions of this review were not refuted or criticised by your officers. The key elements which define the special interests of Sandbanks Conservation Area now are its distinctive landform and remnant dune landscape, its coastal setting and visual relationship with the harbour, and the strong presence of woodland settings for large dwellings. Buildings are not the defining element of the conservation area, but rather the exceptional setting. Subject to maintaining these defining elements, buildings can in principle change and be replaced without harming the conservation area. It is clear our proposed replacement property maintains the special interest of the conservation area. 106 Panorama Road was only constructed as auxiliary staff accommodation to the large house demolished in the 1960s. The building as it exists today is not a good or prime example of an original Edwardian dwelling. It has been altered internally and externally, with various extensions permitted over the years. The original form and context of the building has therefore been lost. The existing building does not illustrate any defining characteristic of the conservation area. Our proposal offers a number of benefits. Firstly, our scheme will deliver a highly sustainable building of exceptional design quality, potentially even a heritage asset of the future. The design is subservient to the woodland setting through the use of natural materials, and the replacement property, an eco-home, will have a significantly improved energy rating. But most importantly, as demonstrated on the screen,
I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop you there. You've already exceeded your 5 minutes. Thank you. You may resume your seats. We have no ward councillors registered to speak, but of course one of the 2 ward councillors is a member of this committee and will no doubt speak during the debate. That's up to him, of course.
before we go into debate, I'll just quickly say something.
Yes.
Sorry, just before we go into debate, just for clarity, we are although this item was deferred, we are looking at it afresh.
So, members of the committee, questions. I want to kick off with one to start with, please. Much has been made during that recent statement, particularly from the applicant and the agent, about the seawall and the improvements to the seafront visually. Would that on its own need planning permission? Because it's being made part of this application, and it seems to me it could be viewed, and I tend to view it as 2 separate elements: replacement of the house, the dwelling, and the seawall and the frontage. So could I have some advice on that, please?
Yeah, so the sorry, move this microphone forward. The seawall involves engineering operations, and of course part of the seawall is the sort of the ecological enhancements. So yes, that would require plan permission because in essence it requires the engineering to happen first.
Thank you. So we need to look at this from the 2 elements then, because they're both planning issues. Thank you for clarification. So, members, questions? Yes, Councillor Salmon.
So I think we had a bit of confusion last time around. So just to clarify, I want to understand, in the report, it looks to me like officers have concluded that the impact would be at the higher end of the less than substantial harm section on the application. I just want to check, is that a matter where it's a subjective definition? Could planning balance apply, or is that a simple fact of how it's been assessed? Ditto with the heritage status. I think it's called something like a non-registered heritage asset. Does that mean it is not a heritage asset, or is that a classification of a type of heritage asset? Because again, I just want to establish, is that a cold hard fact, or is that something subjective we can discuss?
Thank you. I think we need expert input on this.
So yes, and the significance attributed to any heritage asset is subjective and can be for debate. And the consideration that the building is a non-designated heritage asset is also something that is subjective and can be for debate. And apologies, I've forgotten your next question, if you don't mind repeating.
So it's about the designation as a non-registered heritage asset. So I want to know if that is something where something either is or it isn't, or if that is, again, a subjective thing.
Yes, so the way in which we classify what is and is not a heritage asset it can be subjective, but it's in two parts. So the designated ones are clearly designated, so your listed buildings and conservation areas. Other heritage assets, which we call non-designated heritage assets, are those which are considered to have sufficient heritage significance to warrant being classified as that. It's subjective and it is not, and because it's not being designated, it's subjective, and the committee may agree or disagree with the officer's assessment.
Okay, follow up.
This will be my last one then. So why have officers decided that this is a non-registered asset, and why have you concluded that this is at the higher end of less than substantial harm?
Yeah. Kalina, do you want to jump in and answer this one?
Can you all hear me? Oh, sorry, I'll just need to minimize you because it's really off-putting to see myself like 3 times. So to answer your first question about why we've decided it's a non-designated heritage asset, the main reasons are the fact that it's one of the last Edwardian buildings in the area. So because of its age, the building has quite high historic value. Also, its social value as part of the history of the development of the area in this early stage, the beginning of the 20th century. And both the applicant and the council have attributed quite high aesthetic and architectural value to the building. We've already heard that it has been altered, but both the applicant, through their heritage statement, through their heritage consultants, and the council have agreed that the prevalent arts and crafts influence style is still visible through the materials and the features present on the building. I hope that answers your question. In terms of the less than substantial harm, the level of less than substantial harm, I have attributed high level of less than substantial harm because it is a positive building that is being lost. Quite a distinctive one. Yes, it's not a main building, but in my view, it does exemplifies quite clearly the significance of the conservation area, which is quite informal, with, yes, exceptional landscape qualities, and the buildings being quite low-key, understated, but still representing the architectural styles in vogue.
Thank you for that statement or information from the Heritage Officer. Um, any more questions? Right. I've got a sea of hands.
John was first.
Right, I saw Councillor Dower first. So we all, right, I'll take the Vice Chair first and then I'll work round in order.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the case officer. There's been a lot of reference throughout the presentation to the character and appearance of the conservation area. And I just wondered, has the case officer been there himself? Has he inspected the site and the conservation area personally?
Thank you very much for that question. I think the application was first submitted 2023. I think I did the site notice myself, so I've not been there since 2023. So the current application, I've not visited the site since that time, because this is the second application that was submitted in relation to the application site.
Thanks very much. I mean, I don't think much has changed since 2023 down there. Thank you.
Councillor Dower.
Thank you, Chair. So we heard from the Heritage Officer earlier about the house being a non-designated heritage thing, and it's a positive building that we're losing if that gets knocked down. But can I ask, how do we know that? How is that building being used at the moment? Are the public accessing it? Are we viewing it? Can they see it from what I can see? I can't actually see the arts and crafts style from the shore. There's an extension, and I can see a little bit of the roof. But I'm just wondering, what benefit would we have by keeping it there? What are the benefits of that?
With heritage assets, you essentially don't need to be able to see it for it to still retain its heritage importance. So an example is of the very old timber framing works, etc., inside a big building, or even the particular setting with no footpaths, etc., around. And that's because the importance is its heritage, its age, its history, rather than whether it's been seen or not. Consideration of heritage goes far beyond just being able to see it.
Yeah, I have another one.
Okay, my other question is about something that was mentioned by the applicant about the buildings on either side have been developed. And I'm wondering how that got passed, if they were also arts and crafts. And also, I've been looking online and there's an application for 98 Panorama Road, which is also an arts and crafts house. And I'm wondering where that one is, because I'd like to understand, has a precedent been set already, or would we be setting a precedent?
Precedents aren't material to planning. Each case must be assessed on its own merits. And in consideration of this case, and again with 98, you have to look at the specific circumstances, the quality of the heritage assets, the impact a new building will have, etc. So we really can't look to see what's happened before at that level in this consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Challoner, then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question for the case officer, I guess, in so much as he states one of his reasons for the objection is that it's a non-sympathetic design. Given the setting on the peninsula of this design of buildings that are there, could he please clarify to me why this is not a sympathetic design? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you help us?
Thank you very much for that question. I think we came to that conclusion because of the type of the nature and the design of the existing building, and going back to what the policy says, our PP30, it says that for any new development, it has to preserve or enhance the, the existing context and the nature of the building that is currently there in comparison to what has been proposed. Again, there's a clear distinct that it is not sympathetic to what is currently there. So, looking at that from that point of view, we're looking at a pitch roof develop existing plan, and we are looking, the proposed plan will be a boxy, modern, contemporary. So we consider that to not be sympathetic to what is currently there. And like I said in my presentation, that a modest weight has been given to that, has been attributed to that replacement dwelling in terms of its impact on the existing building on site. Hope that answers your questions.
Thank you. So it's not sympathetic to what's there. You're not talking in relation to neighbouring buildings. Have I got that straight?
Yes, even though going back to my presentation, the proposed development, there are similar type of buildings in relation to the proposed development that are within the local area. But the policy is very clear on how we should assess development, and the first point of assessment is what is being replaced with. Is it sympathetic? Is it in character with? Not exactly. It doesn't have to be like for like, but does it preserve or enhance the conservation area from the point of view of the non-designated heritage asset? From my own professional opinion, that is no. So that's why I came to that conclusion, and that conclusion has also been supported by the conservation, by the heritage officer as well.
So we
Thank
don't want
you.
to just jump in there, just to clarify also that it's more to do with, although dark contemporary buildings around there, what we're looking at is the impact of such contemporary form and its scale and mass in relation to the plot, and how that impacts the character appearance of the conservation area, not just its sort of visual impact in terms of character outside of that, if you will.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Martin and then back to Councillor Dale.
Just a minor question. Basically, it talked about public not being public interest to private interest for the energy rating to go from F to A, and I thought that was a huge public interest because, given global warming, I mean, I was boiling yesterday, so it's not safe for the planet. So I would have thought, why isn't that classed as a public interest? That this house is F rating, which is virtually unlivable in, and it's going up to A, which will provide a beautiful family home and save the planet as well. Everything about it is favourable to the public.
So can we have a view from case officer or somebody?
Thank you. Yes. From my experience as a case officer, when I assess schemes, the benefits of providing a replacement dwelling, which is high-end, energy efficient, provides ecology enhancements, is something that policy requires us. So I would refer you to policy PP 33 and 37 in that regard. In my view, as professional officer, I would say that this development does not provide anything above and beyond what I would consider as something we would require by policy. Therefore, I would not consider this a public benefit, which benefits more than just an applicant at this stage.
Councillor Dale.
Clarify. So that's subjective then. It's subjective, not objective. It's subjective.
But that is
it's open to debate.
Well, that is the requirement of policy, and it's open for your interpretation as well. Yes.
Yes, Councillor Dale.
So I want to go back to my previous question because I don't think I actually got an answer. I was asking about the buildings on either side of 106 and have they been developed and what style are they in?
So we're just having a look at those cases.
I think it, it's gone now anyway from my screen.
Yeah, okay, probably a mistake.
I think she wanted to say she's posted in the chat about it. I wonder if the officer wanted to say what they have posted in the chat. Not the whole peninsula is designated to a conservation area, so the test is whether the proposed development would be sympathetic to the character and appearance of the conservation area, not the whole peninsula. I wonder if that's what she wanted to say.
I think it probably is, but do you want to say it in person? Yes, here she is. Would you like to say it in person? Sorry about the confusion with mics.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I stopped hearing you for like 5 minutes there. I think, thank you, Councillor. I think we moved on from that, and Katie answered this question. I couldn't hear whether she answered the question about the two buildings either side.
I don't think she did, no.
Yeah, so I wanted to say a few words about that, if I may, in the meantime. Um, the building to the east is not in the conservation area. So I don't think we should be really looking at this one. And the plot to the west, so if you look at the map to the left, is not developed. And then you've got another arts and crafts building. So I don't know if that helps.
Thank you. I think it may do.
I think there's an element of disagreement there from the applicants, but I'll accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Sam.
So just on the public benefit shortfall, because my understanding is for us to approve this, contrary to the officer recommendation, we would have to say that the public benefit outweighed the heritage harm that's being seen here. And there were some public benefits that were claimed, such as the reconstruction of the seawall. I think it would probably help because we're a little confused as to what's a public benefit and what isn't. Could you please set out what is a public benefit, what would be considered a public benefit normally, and what wouldn't? I think that would help us in our deliberations.
Okay, bear with me, I'm just going to bring up the slide. So public benefits it's self-defined. So any benefit has to be for a public rather than a private interest. So bear with me. Slide, where is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very subjective, and that includes what it is and how that's the weight that's ascribed. So the NPPF provides some guidance. So the golden thread for the NPPF is sustainable development, and it has an economic, a social, and environmental. And generally, as officers, we would classify public benefits in those categories and then weigh those. But again, the important thing is any private benefit can't be taken into account, but anything that helps in the public interest, good.
Councillor Salmon.
So one of the key things in this application is the demolition of the non-designated heritage asset. I just wondered what evidence had been provided to justify that demolition and what evidence the alternate options have been explored? Because I think Marion hinted at it, such as the reconstruction of the seawall. Is that contingent on the demolition of the heritage asset? Things like bringing the energy rating up, again, is that contingent on the demolition of the heritage asset? Can we see evidence that it is or it is not?
Answer this one.
Okay.
Cleaner or Babatunde?
I don't know who's the best person to answer this.
Cleaner as a heritage officer or Babatunde, do you want to jump in?
Sorry, Councillor, can you please repeat the question? Sorry.
So I think one of the key points in this application is the demolition of the non-registered heritage asset, and I just wanted to see if some of the other aspects of the application, such as the increasing of the energy rating, the rebuilding of the seawall, are all of those contingent? Can they only happen if we demolish this building, or are there alternate plans that could be submitted that have all of the arguable public benefits, the benefits to the seawall and so forth, that does not include the demolition of a non-registered heritage asset? I just wanted to know what evidence had been presented to the committee.
Again, I can see the heritage officer also wants to come in due course, but I'll hand over to the case officer first.
Yeah, Kalina, do you want to go first? It's fine.
If that's all right with you, I'm absolutely happy to answer. Councillor, to be fair, I think asked this question 3 times now, because in my opinion, we can be looking at the retention of the existing building and its retrofitting. There is no issue in principle with retrofitting historic buildings and with increasing their energy efficiency. It can be done so that the building can meet these environmental requirements as well. And yes, in my opinion, the 2 elements, the sea wall and the building, the demolition of the building, should not really be lumped together, because I don't think we've found an issue with rebuilding the seawall, but I personally fail to see how that's related to the demolition of the building, how that necessitates the demolition of the building. And again, in my view, the building could be retained, retrofitted, and potentially sympathetically extended, for example, if we have justification for that. But yeah, I have mentioned several times that in my professional view, there is not sufficient justification for the demolition of the building.
But can I just remind the committee that we have to look at the application as a whole? We can't say we accept one part but not the other. It's either accept everything or refuse everything.
Yes, I do understand that, but I think what I was trying to say is that in my professional view, the enhancements or the alleged enhancements to the sea wall are not sufficient justification for the demolition of the building. Hope that clarifies things.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon.
Sorry, this will be my last one. There was a. Did I and then I looked at my notes and I remembered I hadn't talked about lovely badges. So the case officer said just at the end there are some badges now. Is that a relevant planning consideration that there are badges kicking about? Is that covered in the MPPF or our local plans?
I mean, from what the case officer said, the environmental assessment has been done and not found any evidence of badges, but I'll come back to the officers. Somebody reported that there were, but an environmental assessment said there was no evidence.
No badges.
Yeah, I think I've got that right from officers.
Yes, based on the report that was submitted to us at the time, there was no evidence of badges on site. However, it's important to note that the ecology report that was submitted was dated 2023, and badges are known to be a mobile species. So I would not outrightly dismiss that evidence, but the evidence came from a third party that they cited some badges. So at this stage, based on the report that we've submitted alongside the application, it is concluded that there was no badges on site.
Thank you. So any more questions? If not, we move on to debate. So councillor Challoner, as ward councillor, you have the first bite.
Thank you, Chair. I might ramble on a bit here, but please excuse me. So first of all, I do want to come back to one of the issues that's gone round and round with regards to the design of the building, and how, given the architectural style predominant in the area and across much of Poole, to some people's dismay, but also to some people's delight, we have many buildings like this. And I think if we start trying to insist on some kind of faux arts and craft design, we're going to have some kind of recreation of Disney on our hands, and officers thinking that actually I only want something that could appear in a theme park. So can we actually look at things that actually sit within a locality? And a building of this type absolutely does. To go into the more detailed elements in the report, looking under the planning assessment section, Part 6, MPPF paragraph 216 states that the effect of an application on the significance of a non-designated heritage asset should be taken into account in determining the application. In weighing applications that directly or indirectly affect non-designated heritage assets, a balanced judgment will be required. So, it is subjective, there is balance, and we should be looking at this. Part 9, paragraph 215 NPPF states that where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including, where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. Public benefits surely include a more energy efficient building. They surely include a better seawall. They surely include ecological improvements to this plot and this location. Going just under that, it's Title 21, I don't know why. MPPF paragraph 212 states that when considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. And the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. This is constantly stressed as being of moderate importance, and I think we need to reflect on that. It is not an important heritage asset to anyone, unless you're a certain conservation officer who wants to draw a line in the sand for some reason that is unbeknownst to me and many other people. Later in that section, point 16, the proposal would result in the demolition of the cottage, which is of moderate significance. I'm stressing this fact, and its significance would be entirely lost. Such loss must be weighed proportionally in a balanced judgment, balance again, having regard to the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset, which is non-designated and moderate. And insisting on the retention of a small bungalow, just because we've got something small on a large plot, let's look back to the past, then quite frankly, it looks like an anomaly. It looks as though, does the council own that site and refusing to develop? Why on earth is that building there? What's put before us is actually a really nicely designed property that's very energy efficient, where they are willing to invest in the seawall defence, which helps on flood risk and ecological improvement. And quite frankly, I wouldn't put all that money into that plot and the seawall defence if I wasn't going to get the home I wanted. So for that reason, I'm sorry for rambling and being a little bit wound up, but this really shouldn't be back here anyway. I would like to move that we refuse the offset application and we allow these people to build the home they want and to make a real significant contribution to that area.
Well, I've got 3 seconders. I think marginally I saw Councillor Dower first, but it was a close run thing. So Councillor Martin and Councillor Clements also had their hands up to second. So any further debate? Councillor Clements.
Thank you, Chair. I'm always very reluctant to go against any officer's approval recommendation, because I do value and respect their judgment usually and their experience and their knowledge. However, in this case, I don't agree with the recommendation for all the reasons that Councillor Challoner has just said. Throughout the report, the site is referred to as being of moderate significance, the existing house. And on those grounds, I think it questions actually the significance of its designated heritage asset criteria. I also want to point out that I feel it's quite a subjective point of view. In planning balance, for example, paragraph 58, the identification of public benefits to weigh against the loss, the less than substantial harm to the designated assets are matters of judgment for the decision maker. And I think it is exactly that. I think this question of the designated heritage asset, sorry, what is it called again? The non-designated heritage asset, I think is really up for debate. It's up for consideration, and it's up for, it's really, it seems to me, a matter of opinion from where you stand. The house itself as it stands is not particularly special, charming, dynamic. I mean, it's just an ordinary little house. What's being proposed is a very beautiful, ecological, sensitively and creatively designed property, which enhances the area, which enhances the view from the harbour. The seawall is going to make a huge difference to what the overall appearance of that area of the conservation area looks like. The conservation area itself really, in my mind, is just made up of some very beautiful trees and a sylvan outlook, and that particular house adds nothing to it at all. So I can't support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I've got 3 people who've indicated so far: Councillor Satman, Councillor Chapman-Law, and Councillor Dower. In that order.
So I don't think I can support going against the officer recommendation. I understand that there is some subjectivity here about whether or not we care about this as a heritage asset. And I think it's really important when we listen to what officers are telling us. This is one of the last Edwardian buildings on that peninsula. Now, maybe none of us in this committee room think it's a particularly attractive building. You know, maybe none of us think that that heritage stuff is particularly important, but actually our role on this committee is not to enforce our own beliefs and preferences. It is to interpret the current legislative framework and interpret it as it was written. Some people, this actually matters, that this is an Edwardian building, and it is a great shame to lose it, especially as we're dismissing it in part because it's for servants' quarters. You know, if this was for house of some lordly people, then obviously that would be worth preserving. And I do not like the way we consistently in this country erase the history of those people because we do not value it. I think just because this is for servants' quarters rather than a grand house doesn't mean that it is any less of a heritage asset. The reason that this has been designated as the higher end of less than significant harm is because it means the loss of this building, the total loss, it means its demolition. And that is not outweighed by any of the benefits. Now, we have to look at this application as a whole. We can't approve part of it and refuse some of it. But I think it is very important to bear in mind that all of the benefits that are being offered are not contingent on the demolition of one of the last remaining Edwardian structures on the peninsula. We do not have the right to override years of tradition in this country of attempting to preserve our heritage and the heritage of all people, even if they were only servants living in manky quarters compared to the houses that were great and were good at the time. I feel very uncomfortable going against this officer recommendation. And yeah, I don't know if I can say any more than that. I'm very disappointed if we make this decision.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
I'm really struggling to see where this is a heritage asset. It's a little bungalow that its only feature seems to be that it's old. There's no, it doesn't seem to have any, architectural prowess or features, or it just seems to be that it's an old building that's in this location, and that seems to be the sort of the only factor that is making it a heritage asset as far as I can see. Yeah.
Councillor.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that say that my decision has not been based on the fact that it's an old servants' quarter. There's a lot more to it than that. That is not taking part. That has not influenced my decision in this at all. And also, one of the things that I'm conscious of is we've said quite clearly a number of times that there are two elements to this. There's the house itself, and then there's the seawall. And I'm conscious that the seawall proposal at the moment isn't really up to any BNG levels. And I'm just wondering if it's possible to put some kind, if we are going to accept it, if we can just ask for some consideration to be made to look at more improvements to the design of the seawall.
Is there anything?
The proposal does include ecological enhancements of the seawall, and the proposal itself is self-build in terms of B&G. And in accordance with policy, there is some net gain, although not to the extent of B&G. Are you seeking additional benefits to outweigh the harm in terms of ecological improvements along the seawall?
I'd like to see something in there about just reviewing the design of the improvements to the seawall to make it more beneficial. If that's something that we can do.
But it's something we could take away a look at, but what the proposal has, there are significant improvements already in place as part of the proposal to the seawall. So it could not be guaranteed if we were to go away and had a look at how much more, particularly on the seawall, that could be achieved.
Okay, in that case, maybe we don't need to put it in at all, if that's what you're saying.
Okay, like the vice chair, I'm very reluctant to go against any sort of recommendation from the planning officer, but in this sort of case, the reason it's brought to us to look at is because it's not absolutely clear cut. If it was a hard and fast rule, it would have been refused under delegated function and it would never have been brought to us. It has been brought to us, as I understand it, because it is a matter of judgment and a matter of uncertainty. And it is for us to exercise our judgments based on what we know of the area, what we know of planning law, what we've heard from the officer, from the proponents, from any objectives, which there haven't been in this case, and for us to use our judgment to decide whether, as it says, the benefits outweigh the harm. And I'm getting a strong feeling from members on that issue, but we haven't taken a vote yet. I'm disappointed that the two elements have been rolled together because I suspect the seawall element would not be contentious and it would be agreed. I may be wrong, but that is my feeling. Certainly it is how I feel. The contentious bit and the bit that we've got to decide about really is the demolition and replacement of the existing building. And that's what we're here for. We've got to exercise our judgment based on what we have heard, as I say, our training, the legislation, and it because it's not clear cut. One more time to Councillor Salmon.
Sorry, Chair, I must correct you. The reason this is in front of us is not because of any planning balance considerations at all. This would have been refused by officers under delegated powers were it not for the number of comments in support of the application. There is no reason this wouldn't have been refused under officers' delegated powers apart from the representations in favour of.
Is that true?
Yes.
I believe there were a lot of representations in favour of.
Yes, more than 20 representations received.
Yes.
Contrary to officer recommendation.
That's the only reason it's been brought to committee, right? Sorry, I misled myself. So, councillor,
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to point out that's the point of representations, is to trigger that process. So
it is absolutely
Yeah.
yes.
so it
Yeah.
wouldn't have got delegated because the process worked perfectly.
So we've had a motion seconded more than once. We have no amendments proposed, so I think we're ready to go to the vote. So, unless there's any more from the officers.
Yes, before we go to the vote, we need to first clarify the reasons for approval and then go on to conditions and/or obligations.
So, reasons for approval.
Yeah.
Should the vote go to approval? Councillor Cummins.
Well, I think the reason would be that, in our opinion, that the harm of the planning application does not outweigh the benefits. And as it says in the report, the identification of public benefits to weigh against the less than substantial harm to the designated asset are matters of judgment for the decision makers. And I believe in this case, we're the decision makers.
Any other reasons that members wish to put, or does that cover it? Yeah. Councillor Salmon?
This will be my final thing as we're getting on to the nitty gritty. I think it's worth noting because I remember in the last debate, somebody brought up the fact that there were no objectors to this decision if we were to approve. Can we just check if we make this decision and the reasons for us overturning the officer's recommendation here are flimsy, is there a risk that this council is opening itself up to judicial review if it is felt we have not made the right decision here and not properly applied planning legislation?
We're just going through so as discussed through this committee, it's some of the elements are open for member judgment in terms of the weighting to apply to any harm or benefits, along with the significance of the non-designated heritage asset. And we're now going to we're now going through the policy reasons why, and we're doing this so that we can make a sound decision. Any decision can be subject to challenge. And we as professional officers are here to specify as members the way forward.
Who would be likely to challenge, do you think, if there are no objectors?
Councillor McCormack?
Chair, can I just point something out? Every decision the council can ever make ever in every committee could be taken to judicial
Absolutely.
review. So
Yeah.
this whole point, sorry, Councillor Salmon, but the point's kind of irrelevant, if I'm honest. Like, I think we're getting distracted from the core of what we're here to do today.
Right.
We go back to
There are now we've got reasons for going against the officer recommendation.
sorry, I'm going to have to go through the policies themselves and go through a couple of steps, a bit like what we did with Canford, just so that we can be clear on the reasons why we're overturning the officer's judgment and we find the proposal to be acceptable. So the starting point is policy PP30 of the local plan. Policy PP30 states that in all cases, proposals will be supported where they preserve or enhance historic, architectural or archaeological significance of heritage assets, their settings in a manner proportionate to their significance. And in terms of, we've assessed the impact of development upon the designated and non-designated heritage assets, and from what the debate, my understanding is that you consider that the non-designated heritage assets, so actually, if I could take a step back, do members agree or disagree that the existing building is a non-designated heritage asset?
Yeah, well, it has been deemed as such, but again, even from the case of, from the heritage officer, it is to a large extent a subjective judgment. Yeah. Use your mic.
Sorry, Chair, I think we're starting from a weak point of saying this is a non-designated heritage asset. I fail to see the weighting that's been put against it. So, you know, if you're asking me, do I think it's not an NDHA? No, I don't think it's an NDHA. Obviously, other people have a different view, but I think several people around this room would agree with me.
So we're going for preserve. Okay, so just to clarify, members are arguing that they do not consider the existing building to be a non-designated heritage asset.
Well, if it is of extremely moderate value. And you've said it, and it says in the report moderate value, and that's what I'm weighing against. So if I'm accepting it as an NDHA, and I don't think it's particularly much of an asset, it's certainly on the low end of moderate.
Okay, so we agree that it is non-designated heritage asset, but it's
a very
at the lower
end of moderate.
Yeah.
Okay. And the justification for the harm or loss affecting that asset is that the benefits outweigh. Yep.
Yes.
And we just list what those benefits
Okay,
are.
so straight away you have energy efficiency, ecological improvements, the seawall. I think we're actually bringing a building back into residential use. I'd also state that actually this is something that sits better within its location than what is there at the moment. So it's a sympathetic design.
Certainly the current extension, as seen in those photographs, don't enhance the area at all, and visually mask the previous dwelling from the seaside. I had Councillor Cormack and Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Just for a moment, I just wanted to talk about the improvements to the sea defences, and as a council that is responsible for miles and miles of seafront, I think most of us know how important those sea defences are. And when we're talking about public benefit, if we've got somebody coming along who wants to make an improvement to that seafront or that part that meets the water, you know, that is a significant public benefit, because we all know how expensive that is and how much value that brings to the public, seeing that we've had landslides and all sorts on the ones that we're responsible for. So that public benefit in its own, that improvement to the sea defence, is a huge public benefit in my view. And I'd really like to encourage other people in the future to also come forward, you know, when they bring their planning applications to perhaps improve the sea defences on their property. So.
And thank you. And we had Councillor Martin, was it? Yeah.
I just wanted to add as well, I think we're actually along similar lines to Councillor McCormack. We're extremely lucky to have someone who's really keen to, you know, they've made such a beautiful design, they've got the energy, the cash to go ahead with this as well. From an economic public interest point of view, it's going to improve, it will raise the housing stock price in the area, which is always, you know, of public benefit. You know, we need to bring people with money to the area to pay for everything else. It's environmentally, it's going from F to A, same as it's already been said, and it's social because there's so much support for this. There's 20 people want this. I want this as well. You know, just when we visit Sandbanks, it will just look so much better, both sailing past from the sea and driving around as well.
Oh, sorry, do you want to jump in quick just to make members clear that property values are not material for planning?
I do realise that, but actually it is an economic benefit. Yeah. I mean, we've got, what I'm saying is we've got somebody willing to pour money into this, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just going back to what Councillor Challoner said regarding the, and I think Councillor Martin as well, regarding the energy efficiency of the property. It also supports our climate change objectives, which I think is, you know, very significant support for policy.
So have you now got enough information on?
Sorry, Chair, there's two more policy points we need to go through before we get to conditions. So the next step is the harm, the impact to the conservation area as a loss of the non-designated heritage asset, taking into consideration policy PV30, and also that great weight should be given to the conservation of the conservation area. So just clarifying the impact to loss of the building, that members, whether the members consider loss of the building would result in harm, and the weighting of any harm to the conservation area.
Chair, I don't think the loss of this building would have any negative impact on the harm to the conservation area. I also think that, and I'll go back to it, the new design actually sits alongside very well with what's there at the moment. So actually, I think it enhances the appeal and the overall effect, and it does retain and improve that plot in terms of the Sylvan effect that was mentioned earlier.
Yeah. In addition to that, I've also there's the trees are protected. I think there's only 2 trees that are coming down because they're sick and they're not likely to survive anyway. So it's you know, there's a lot of care gone into the preservation of the trees in support of the conservation area and the Sylvan environment.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. And actually, the impact of the new building upon the conservation area was the final point. And from the debates, I understand that it's fewer members that actually they would be, the new building would enhance the character appeal of the conservation area. Yeah.
So I think we're ready to go to the vote. Relief on some faces. So
Do we need to do conditions first?
Oh,
So
I don't think we are ready to go to the vote.
sorry.
Conditions.
Yeah. So
there were lots of conditions, but I haven't got them in front of me.
yeah. So are there any conditions that members would like to see to enable the grant of this consent?
I can't think of any specific conditions we should be looking to impose at this stage unless you have any guidance that you wish to put before us.
Okay. No. Okay.
I presume the standard conditions around working hours and that sort of thing.
There's already a tree management plan in place, which has been mentioned, which I think is significant. And I'm imagining that the standard T's and C's apply, but over and above that, should we be looking at anything else? I can't see that we should, but as again, I'm looking to you for any supplementary guidance.
Yeah, so Chair, I suggest that the final wording of any conditions will be agreed with yourself, Vice Chair, and the Head of Planning.
Yeah.
But in terms of the relevant conditions to enable consent here would be the 3-year expiration.
Yeah.
Securing approved plans, to secure materials, to secure the biodiversity enhancements, demolition and construction environmental management plan.
Including hours of working.
The issue with imposing hour working conditions for a small scheme is that actually other powers by environmental health, etc., actually have stronger controls than what the planning system would have. Condition for vegetation clearance outside the bird nesting season. The implementation of flood mitigation measures. A condition requiring the erection of the seawall as it's been listed as a benefit. And a condition requiring construction of the seawall to take part outside of the sorry if I butchered the name of this, juvenile seminoids, so little sea critters, so they don't harm their development. And a condition for historic recording of the building. Yes. And an obligation under Section 106 would also be required to secure the self-build nature of the proposals, the details of which could be agreed with Head of Planning.
So, given those conditions, maybe we're ready to go to the vote. So we have a motion that has been adequately well seconded that we approve this application contrary to the officer recommendation for the reasons we've already specified and with conditions to be agreed post-decision, should it be relevant. So if you wish to approve this application contrary to officer recommendation, please vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And if you wish to refuse it, vote now.
1.
And that adds up to the total number of people voting. So thank you, everybody. I think it was a long one. And so I think I'm going to suggest we have a 5-minute comfort break now before we go on to the other two items, which hopefully, who knows, won't take quite as long. So welcome back to the resumed Western BCP Planning Committee. I just notify you that Councillor Challoner has had to leave us and won't be taking part in any further discussions and any part of the committee from now on. So we move on to item 6B, Dorwin Court in Pool Road and Princess Road Pool, and I hand over to the presenting officer, Shelley Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks permission for 2 additional floors to the existing 2 blocks of flats known as Dorwin Court to provide 20 additional 1-bedroom flats. Just to add, an addendum to this report is that the New Forest SAMS mitigation will now be secured by a Section 106 agreement rather than previously a Grampian condition, and that is on the addendum sheet. The application site has dual frontages, and the northern block fronts Princess Road and the southern fronts Pool Road. The character of this section of Pool Road is predominantly large blocks of flats set on a similar building line and behind mature vegetation. The design and scale of neighbouring blocks, which also have the same dual frontage, varies in the street scene, with the block to the east named as Eaglehurst being 4 stories in height with a hipped roof, and the neighbouring block to the west, known as Lindham Court, being 6 stories in height with a flat roof. The application site itself is currently 2-storey with a hipped roof. The Princess Road street scene has a more open character, and the character to the northern side of Princess Road is predominantly 2-storey semi-detached houses set within well-vegetated domestic gardens. The proposal would remove the large hipped roofs of the existing blocks and would replace with a flat roof on top of 2 additional floors, continuing the design of the existing building by way of bay window proportions, the painted render finish and the Art Deco style articulation. The application would introduce 2 glazed stair cores per block facing the respective street scenes to provide the access to the proposed floors. The proposed scale, height, massing and design is considered acceptable in this location, as it would respect that of the neighbouring buildings and the mixed character of the street scene in accordance with local plan policy PP27. The proposed site layout shows the existing trees to the southern boundary to be retained. The stair core projections are shown on the site plan, which would project from the existing footprints. And to meet the requirements of the parking standards SPD, the introduction of 2 bicycle stores in the centre of the site. This would provide cycle parking provision for the proposed flats. Alterations to the bin storage is also proposed to the northern boundaries of the site, and the site will retain the vehicular access from both Pool Road and Princess Road, and the car parking area to the northern boundary will be retained as existing. No additional car parking provision is proposed for the new flats, which is in accordance with the parking standards SPD, and the manoeuvring area remaining following the introduction of the stair cores remains sufficient and in accordance with the parking standards SPD. The 2 bike stores will be positioned in the centre of the site. These would be single-storey with a flat roof and would continue the Art Deco style of the flats. The bin stores proposed to the side boundaries of the northern part of the site would replace an existing bin store to the northeastern corner and would introduce additional capacity in the form of another bin store to the western corner. The replacement bin enclosure to the western corner would likely result in the loss of the shrub in this location, which is not protected by a TPO. And a landscaping condition is secured to ensure that areas of landscaping are provided within the site, and in particular around the cycle stores and to the northern boundary around the bin enclosures. With regards to the proposed plans, the 4 new staircases referred to as stair cores would be added to the elevations fronting the street scenes, and these stair cores would provide access to all floors. They've been designed to minimise their impact on the existing residents and future residents by altering their shape and minimising their projection, and through the inclusion of glazing. The submitted daylight study confirmed when assessing the impact on light on the existing living areas affected that it would be compliant with regards to right to light planning standards. The new additional floors will provide 20 new 1-bedroom flats, 5 new flats per floor on each block. The proposed flats would meet the minimum space standards for a 1-bedroom, 1-person flat. The flats facing the street scenes in each block would have views towards public ground and the other flats would face into the site and would have views towards the other block, as is the existing relationship. The side elevations include windows to serve bathrooms and secondary windows to living spaces. The proposed plans show these windows as obscure glazed to preserve the privacy of neighbouring blocks. With regards to the impact on neighbouring amenity, the two adjacent blocks of flats, Eaglehurst to the east and Lindham Court to the west. Lindham Court is situated in excess of 20 metres from the proposal, and therefore no concerns regarding loss of privacy, overshadowing or being overbearing would arise. The proposal would be sited only 6.5 metres from the rear projecting balconies of Eaglehurst, the block of flats to the west. This This four-storey block has single windows only in its rear wing projections on the lower floors, but large balcony areas on the fourth floor facing the application site. The proposed top floor and flat roof of the proposal would be readily visible from these balconies and windows of the top floor flats, and concern was raised with regards to its impact on the neighbouring outlook in particular. The amended location plan, however, demonstrated that the proposed development would not protrude within the 45-degree angle, as shown by the pink dotted lines on this image, and would therefore not have a negative impact on the daylight and outlook to the top floor flats of Eaglehurst. The amended street scene drawing shows that the height of the proposal would not extend outside of the 25-degree rule in terms of obstruction with regards to the outlook and light to the neighbouring windows and balconies of Eaglehurst, and it's therefore considered acceptable with regards to the impact on these neighbours. Similarly, the proposal would result in a degree of increased shading towards the existing northern block of Dorwin Court due to the orientation of the site. However, due to the distance of separation, this is not considered harmful. The obscure glazing to the side windows facing Eaglehurst will be secured by condition to preserve the privacy of the neighbouring occupants. However, Lindham Court is such a distance that it would not be reasonable to attach the same condition to the western side elevations. The cycle stalls would be sited in the centre of the site, within an existing communal area of hard standing between the blocks. The cycle stalls, due to their single-storey nature, flat roof design and landscape screening, would not result in a harmful impact on existing ground floor residents. Whilst the placement of the stores in this location reduces the outside amenity area, there remains sufficient outdoor amenity area within the site for communal use of the existing and future residents. And the condition is secured for landscaping to improve the visual amenity within the site. The bin store enclosures to the north boundaries would be sufficiently located against the side boundaries so as not to be oppressive or overbearing when viewed from the ground floor living areas, and details of the bin enclosures will be secured by condition. With regards to the additional concerns by the neighbours with how it was going to be constructed, a demolition and construction environmental management plan has been secured by condition, and a condition is also attached to ensure that the collective sound of the proposed air source heat pumps does not go above the acceptable limits. Therefore, the proposal is not considered to harm neighbouring amenity by way of noise or vibration disturbance, light loss, loss of privacy, or be overbearing or oppressive, and would be in accordance with PP 27. To summarise what this development would provide an additional 20 homes in a sustainable location. The development will make sufficient profit to support the provision of a financial contribution of £109,608 towards affordable housing secured by a Section 106 agreement. Mitigation for Heathland, Poole Harbour and New Forest Sands will be secured by Section 106. The design would complement the existing property and the mixed street scenes of both Poole Road and Princess Road, and would not result in harm to the privacy or amenity of neighbouring occupants, existing residents or future occupiers. The waste collection and cycle parking would meet the adopted standards of the council, and the application proposes air source heat pumps and solar panels to the roof to meet the 20% renewables requirement. Relevant conditions are secured with regards to appropriate drainage of the site, landscaping, biodiversity enhancements and tree protection measures. Biodiversity net gain does not apply as this application was submitted prior to the legislation. The proposal would therefore achieve the economic, social and environmental objectives of sustainable development, compliant with local plan policies and the provisions of the NPPF, and is recommended for approval, subject to the completion of the Section 106 agreement and the conditions as suggested in the officer report. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have several people registered to speak. First of all, we have objectors, Gerald Smith, who I believe is here in person, and also Kieran Perry with a statement to be read out by the Democratic Services Officer. So if Mr. Smith would like to come to the microphone now. And the time limit still applies. It's 5 minutes between you and the written statement. So,
Right.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I purchased flat 4 Eaglehurst, which is on the top 3rd floor of Eaglehurst. The main reason I purchased that property as a retirement home was the spacious outside balcony. Now, my balcony is some 7.18 metres from the east-facing elevation of Dorwick Court. And the two-storey upward extension would, well, totally obliterate any kind of value in being there, to be honest. The windows, I understand, are opaque on that elevation, but I would like to query whether they're openable, because if they are, my privacy is totally compromised. I mean, this development apparently there's been planning applications over the last 20 years which have been refused for one reason or another. And as far as I can see, the conditions that applied on the previous applications in terms of objections are still relevant today. I mean, you talk about loss of light. I don't know how this is calculated. It's, you know, if anyone came to my property and looked out of my bedroom window, which is immediately facing the balcony, and I've got a glazed door from my lounge, you know, it just totally destroys any benefit of me living there, to be honest. It's just a crazy situation. And I'm surprised that it has now been, well, recommended for approval. I really am. So I know it would delay matters, but if anyone was to come to my property, you know, internally and look out, you'd have a totally different view of, you know, the people that agree with it. You know, my lifestyle would be literally ruined. I mean, the disruption alone of in building at two extra stories would be, you know, it's devastating, really. If any of you here went home and found a letter on your doormat telling you that your roof is going to be removed and 2 extra properties are going to be built above, I mean, that's what's happening, literally. So I just hope that you will come to how
Mr.
I
Smith,
feel.
could I ask you to draw your remarks to a close, because you're now well over halfway through the 5 minutes,
Okay.
and to allow time for the written statement to be also heard by the committee, I would ask that you stop now, please.
All right. Yeah.
And I'm willing to exercise my discretion to allow the statement to be read in full, as long as it's not too long, even if it slightly overruns the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and get through it as quickly as possible. That's fine. So this is the objection statement for Dorwing Court from a leaseholder of flat 15 Dorwing Court. Grounds for objection: 1. Inconsistency with BCP Local Plan Pool 2018 policy to PP 27. 1.1. Harm to residential amenity. Policy PP27-1C requires developments to avoid harmful impacts on both local residents and future occupiers, including with regard to noise, privacy, daylight, and whether the development is overbearing. The scale and nature of the proposed works, particularly the removal of the roof, will have significant negative impact on current residents, including noise, vibration, dust, and potential exposure to hazardous materials. Many residents work from home and would face prolonged disruption. Furthermore, the additional flats will impact the privacy of both existing residents and neighbouring properties, particularly given the elevation. 1.2. Overburdened amenity space. Policy PP27-1D requires satisfactory internal and external amenity space. Communal areas of Enduring Court are already limited and external space is solely parking. Adding 24 new flats will strain these facilities further to the detriment of existing and future residents. 1.3. Inadequate parking and servicing provision. Policy PP27-1G requires convenient parking and service arrangements. The development proposes to increase parking provision despite already insufficient bays, 10 for total property. Nearby on-street parking is limited to 1 hour with no residential permits available. Congestion in the area, particularly during peak hours, is already a known issue. 2. Inconsistency with BCP parking standards 2021. 2.1 Electric vehicle charging. Section 3.6.1 expects all new development to include EV charging provision. Without additional spaces, compliance is not feasible. 2.2 Disabled parking provisions. Section 3.71 requires disabled parking spaces. This scheme appears incompatible with that requirement given the site constraints. 2.3 Minimum parking ratios. As per Table 9, C3 Zone D, the proposed number of habitable rooms is incompatible with the minimum car and cycle parking standards, further highlighting the shortfall. 3. Planning history. 3.1 Past refusals. Similar applications were refused in 2002 and 2006 on grounds of inadequate parking and loss of privacy, and these rejections were upheld at appeal. These long-standing concerns remained unresolved in the current proposal. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. And now we have, on behalf of the applicant, Matt Holmes, in person.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Members, this application seeks permission for the construction of 20 flats on previously developed land in a highly accessible location. The plans have been amended during the course of the application to respond to feedback received. We are pleased that the resulting recommendation before you is one of approval. The application site is located within the built-up area and contains 2 blocks of flats. As described in your officer's report, there have been a number of previous applications and approvals for the upwards extensions of these buildings over the last few years, and I would draw your attention in particular to an application from 2006 for an additional 2 stories on each block to provide an additional 24 flats. That application ended up at appeal, and when assessing the street scene impact, the inspector noted that, quote, "I am satisfied that there is no objection in principle to the proposed development. An extant permission granted in January 2005 exists for the erection of an additional single story of 12 flats onto the 2 existing blocks, which currently contain a total of 24 flats. Furthermore, Dorwin Court is located between 2 other apartment blocks, namely the 6-story Linden Court to the west and the 4-story Eaglehurst to the east. The addition of a further story, which was on top of the story previously approved, would therefore conform to the street scene. Members will be familiar with Poole Road and this side of Princess Road, this part of which contains apartment buildings of up to 6 stories in height. The buildings neighbouring the application site are 4 and 6 stories high. The street scene plan shows that the buildings as extended upwards will remain in keeping with the heights of buildings on either side, and the proposals are therefore entirely appropriate to the character of the area. Members, the upwards extension of these buildings is also in direct compliance with policy PP28, which requires that the scale and massing of the extending buildings, including the width, height and roof profile and spacing between buildings, be in keeping with neighbouring buildings and with the established pattern of development in the street. That is clearly achieved in this case. The new flats all exceed the relevant minimum space standards. The density of development is similar to that of the adjacent sites. Your officer's report concludes that the proposals are appropriate to the character of the area and will provide suitable living environment for the future residents. In terms of neighbour relationships, that matter is considered in depth in your officer's report, and I therefore will not repeat all of those considerations now. Nevertheless, whilst I appreciate the comments from third parties on the application, the impact on amenity has been considered in depth. The applicant commissioned a daylighting assessment to confirm that the daylighting of the existing flats will not be unduly compromised, and the design of the new staircalls was amended in discussion with the planning officer to ensure that the use of those stairwells would not lead to an adverse loss of privacy to existing flats. Overall, and without repeating all of the considerations that are set out in the officer's report in full, we would concur that the proposals have an acceptable impact on existing properties and provide a good standard of amenity for the new flats.
Moving on to access matters, the site is in parking zone A, where based upon the council's adopted parking standards, no car parking is required for the flats proposed. Therefore, whilst the proposals do not provide car parking for the new flats, this is in accordance with your adopted policies. And at this point, I would stress that although previous applications historically were refused for lack of parking, that was under the old parking standards, and your parking standards have since changed. I would re-stress the sustainable location of the site, with a train station within walking distance, high-frequency bus route immediately in front of the site, Westbourne Local Centre within walking distance, and a supermarket within 300 metres. It is therefore undoubtedly the case that this is a highly sustainable location. The applicants are also providing cycle parking in accordance with the council standards. We are pleased to note that your highways, environmental health, flood risk officer and urban design officers raised no objection to the proposals. We have therefore satisfied all of the technical requirements for the application. Accordingly, the proposals will read as a well-designed housing development appropriate to the site context and deliver much-needed new housing in a highly sustainable location. The site has already been deemed appropriate for new homes on more than one occasion through the upward extension of the buildings, and I therefore commend the proposals to you and I would ask that you grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have with us one of the 3 ward councillors, Councillor Matthew Gillett, in person.
Hello again. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to represent residents on this application. Residents have serious concerns over lack of parking and also loss of privacy. These plans have been put before various planning officers over the last 27 years, and they have consistently failed on the parking issue. And whilst I appreciate that the rules have changed, the issue of insufficient parking in that area still remains the same. In the report before you, in point 62, it's proposed to mitigate parking issues. The residents of the new flats would not be allowed parking permits in Princess Road. However, this will not help the already overburdened parking for residents, as permits are only required during the day. So you have to have a permit during the day, and there's a 1 hour slot. So you could basically park there between 5 o'clock in the evening and 10 o'clock in the morning. And obviously, if people are working out during the day, then that's not going to mitigate any of the parking. Furthermore, the cycle provision needs more ambition to be appropriate. 24 generic bicycle stands would not meet the needs of a variety of potential residents of 20 flats. You have within your powers today to include parking for mobility scooters, which is what you've got a couple of blocks down in Stour Court, although bear in mind this is a 4-storey building with no lift. And you could also add bays for cargo bikes and charging facilities for electric cycles in the central paved area between the blocks. Also be aware that the central paved area between the blocks is where the kids play now. So if you're removing that, then shouldn't there be some sort of contribution towards the park down the end of the road? There's a park down the end of Princess Road. So where was I gone? So the 8 parking spaces for the now total of 40 flats. There are no charging stations for the residents, none at all. So even if you had some provision for electric cars, then that would essentially look at a serious alternative to the use of petrol vehicles, which is not there within the plans as they stand. In addition to this, the residents would like you to look at whether you could get any additional parking on the site to mitigate the overburdened parking facilities in Princess Road. The preference of the neighbours in this case is not accepted by yourselves, but if it is, can we ensure that the windows on the top 2 floors on the sides of the properties are obscured and also, importantly, cannot be opened, especially for those that are immediately opposite Eaglehurst, whose balconies would be overlooked, and that's their only suitable outside space that they have to enjoy. Whilst the neighbours are tending to agree with the planning officer that on the Princess Road side of the block, on the Lyndham Court side, at the front of it, there isn't overlooking. Towards the back, the properties are closer, and actually there are windows and living spaces on the back side of that property. So they would also look for the windows on the back side of that property to be obscured as well on the top 2 floors. So that the so if you can squeeze in extra parking spaces, charging stations for cargo bikes or mobility scooters, so that we have something that meets the parking provision needs of 2030 and not 2003, which is where this application started. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. So now we move on to questions from members based on all the information we have received. I want to kick off with a question about the bin stores. They appear to be two bin stores, but both on one right on the roadside of one of the blocks. Have I got that right?
The bin stores are either side boundaries to the northern point, northern part of the site.
Sides of one block. The other block has no bin stores in the immediate area.
Yes.
So they would have to come out of that block, down the side, with their bins, right round to the bin store, with their rubbish. I mean, not with their bins.
Yes.
So from a fourth floor flat, they'd have to come down 4 floors and then right round. Quite a long way. I'm waiting because it looks as though I might be getting more information, but I'm not sure.
I'm just going to share a site plan.
So looking at this plan, it confirms what I felt, that people in the block towards the bottom of this plan would have to come out the door down one side or other of the block. I don't know whether they can access either side, down to the bins at the back, and then all the way back again, which seems quite a long way. But
It wasn't raised as a concern by our waste BCP waste authority.
I think they concentrate more on collection, don't they, than amenity or facilities for residents. I may be wrong on that, but
yeah, just to confirm, the bin stores are proposed to the northern boundary of the site.
thank you. Early on, I had Councillor Salmon, and I've also got Councillor Chapman-Law.
I am not on the ball today. So the accessibility thing in paragraphs 83 to 85, I get that it doesn't comply with our local plan policies, but I'm surprised that the lack of accessible access to the other floors doesn't contradict anything in the national planning policy framework. Have I just missed that it also conflicts with that?
So, case officer, can you help us on this one?
Sorry, yeah, we're just going to check something quickly.
I wonder if it is just my ignorance and stuff like that isn't covered by the national planning policy framework and it's only covered by building regs, and that's why it only mentions building regs.
I mean, it does refer in 86 that it's not compliant with the local pool plan, section 12, subsection 3, on accessibility.
I'm just curious because when it comes to the debate, we can use the tilted balance because our local plan is out of date to go, well, it doesn't matter that it's not compliant, but I think if it's not compliant with the national planning policy framework, that would carry much more weight, wouldn't it?
Yeah, okay, let me introduce myself first. I'm Sanju Timana. I'm the team leader for the strategic applications team. I've just quickly checked NPPF. Obviously, I haven't done a thorough reading, just did a skim read, and I searched accessibility. Now, accessibility in NPPF is primarily used in connection with parking and having accessible bays. Now, what are we talking about, the accessible bays here, or we are generally talking about the accessibility of the building? Isn't it? Now, we have one issue in this case, because the proposal is upward extension of an existing building. It's not proposing any changes to the ground floor level. So existing building, I do not think it was of high standard, because when it was built, we didn't have the strict building regulation requirements or internal space standard requirements. And it's highly unlikely the building at this moment is accessible. And because the proposal is only for the upward extension, we couldn't insist on having those changes.
But doesn't that affect the whole? I mean, if those flats are not accessible, is that not an issue? Even if the existing ones are not accessible because of when they were built, the new ones that would be built very soon, would they not have to meet current standards? I think, am I reflecting what you're saying, Councillor Salmon?
Yeah, there is a policy, PP11, I believe, that covers the accessibility of development. And in this application, we accepted that it wasn't in compliance with that. However, due to the nature of the application being a repetition of existing, we considered in the planning balance that it was acceptable.
So are we hearing that it's only local planning legislation, not national in any way, not the NPPF? Or
Yeah, that's correct. So the NPPF is a more overarching policy in terms of accessibility, as duty has just said. It relates mostly to highways. There is a local policy which deals with accessibility. It requires for schemes to deliver more flats to provide 20% of development in accordance with building regulations, part 4.2, sort of to aid older people, those with reduced mobility, and some wheelchair users. And the consideration of that is in the planning balance. In this instance, the proposal is for upward extension, which makes such conversions difficult unless obviously there's a lift installed, and no lift has been installed in this instance. And that consideration should be taken in the planning balance when applying the tilted balance.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman-Law.
Quick question. Now, I love a good bin store. I love a good cycle store. That's great. But I have a question about obviously loss of amenity in terms of the communal space. They, with them being slap bang in the middle of a current communal space, are we concerned about that loss of sort of play area?
Yeah, that's an issue I raised when we had our chair's briefing. So I have sympathy with your point.
Policy PP27 requires satisfactory external and internal amenity space for both new and existing occupiers. The area is an area of hard standing. The introduction of the cycle stores would obviously take up some of that space, but there isn't any standard as such on dimensions as to what is considered satisfactory. Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, and so in terms of EV charging, obviously there isn't any in there at the moment, and as from cabinet yesterday, EV charging is an issue for residents in general. In terms of the parking SPD, is there a requirement for them to convert some of the existing spaces for EV charging?
The electric vehicle charging in residential development is now covered by building regulations, and therefore electric vehicle charging of this nature is not something that the Highway Authority make a comment on, and building regulations is separate to this planning process. The proposal complies with the SPD, and because there is zero parking provision proposed, to then require parking bays wouldn't be acceptable, and to change what's already there when that's, what's already there is serving what's already there, it wouldn't be proportionate to insist on them changing that to disabled.
But would it be possible to insist on EV charging for electric bikes in the bicycle store or somewhere?
It's not within the SPD to insist on electric vehicle electric cycle charging.
Just to come in here, obviously we need to make decisions based on the development plan and the other material planning considerations, and this includes SPDs such as the cycle and car parking SPD. It's not explicitly set out there that electric bike charging or scooter charging should be provided, and so we cannot refuse an application on that ground sustainably. In addition, I would expect there be some building regulation complications given the nature of the charging of the batteries and its location as well. But that's not really material for planning. But to say, as we certainly couldn't refuse the application on that basis because it's just not in our policy to provide it.
Thank you. So any other questions? Yes, Councillor Dow.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. Some of them we've sort of asked around about as well, but so I'm looking at paragraph 43, and this is about the stair cores, and I'm concerned that we're going to have quite a number of new additional residents walking up and down stairs, and there's no lift. Can we just talk about the fact that why is there not a lift, and would that be something we would need to put in? That's question one.
Just looking for the relevant part of the report. There's no lift due to the nature of the existing building, that the building fabric, they couldn't do anything internal. Do you mean externally or just in general?
In general, really, just
Okay.
that, for floors 3 and 4, if we're going to have those, that there wouldn't be a lift.
So if there was a lift, it would have to be an external addition to the building, and obviously that's an extra part of the massing and scale that would have to be introduced. And the nature of the application is for 20 new one-bedroom, essentially one-person flats, perhaps more aimed at people that can access those higher floors, single person, so wouldn't necessarily require the lift to access the flats.
My next question, Chair, if that's all right, is around, so I'm assuming that these new flats and the ones that are there already are leasehold, not freehold. Is that correct?
Whether the flats are leasehold, well, I would assume.
Is tenure planning or
No, in this, tenure is not material consideration of termination of this application.
So in that case, are we saying that we're going to build however many number of flats, one bedroom, and the assumption is that we're going to have one person in each of those flats, but if there's no cap on the number of residents in those flats, we could actually end up with 4 people in one of those one bedroom flats. Is that correct?
I mean, technically, but so there's no, like with any other flatted developments, we don't put a condition on for a number of occupiers. Issues with the quality of housing in terms of overcrowding, etc., is covered under provisions and not something for the planning department.
Okay, thank you. I've got another question. My next question is around the existing residents who are going to be trying to live through this whole construction phase. What consideration has been made for the residents, the existing residents, during the construction?
We've attached a condition for the construction and environmental management plan to minimise things that we can control, dust, vibrations, etc. Yeah.
So, members, I just would like to remind you that two-story extensions on existing flats could be achieved under permitted developments. This part of this development could be done under PD, which is Part 20, Class AA, two-story extensions over existing blocks of flats. Because this proposal also includes changes to the staircase design and other things, that's the reason why we have a full planning application. Now, under general permitted development order, officers are not required to consider the impact on existing residents other than the impact of the construction in terms of noise, dust, and general inconvenience, which can be achieved through the construction environment management plan. That's what the legislation under permitted development suggests. So officers here consider that similar condition would be applicable in this case. And at the end of the day, it is for the developers to have conversation with existing residents and how they manage the construction, as long as they provide the council with a plan which is logical, clear-cut, and it is assessed by environmental health officers, and they consider it satisfactory in terms of disturbance of noise and dust and other things. In planning terms, it's considered appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I've got another question, Chair. Sorry.
Carry on.
So in paragraph 45, it talks about the issue with the light being blocked. And it says the proposed additional floors would be situated 6.5 metres away from these balconies of the neighbouring property, and the orientation of the site is such that there would be increased shading towards the neighbouring property. However, this would only occur in the latter part of the day. Can you clarify what the latter part of the day means, please?
Yeah, looking at the orientation of the site, after midday would be the latter part of the day when some shading may occur.
Okay, that's quite interesting. Thank you.
So,
it's not a planning thing again, probably. It's more to do with building regs. But how old is the existing building? How old is it? And I was thinking about the state of repair, and is it going to be able to bear the weight of these two floors without any?
I mean, I think you're probably right. This is building regs. And,
yeah, and the weight of the furniture in there. You know, has anybody looked at that, checked that, or?
Yeah, this is not something that's considered under the planning system. We have to, it is dealt with under building regulations, and in considering this application, we have to assume that if any structural additions were required, they perform part of the application. In this instance, there are none, so the officers have to assume that they shouldn't. It's not a consideration for officers to have whether or not the building can accommodate the structural loads.
So presumably that would form part of the management plan, the building, I can't remember exactly what you called it, as part of the conditions.
No, it's not something that's material for planning to consider. Right. So it'll be under the building regulations, which is an entirely different legislative consent provision.
Just one more question as well. I just Councillor Gillett mentioned that the children's play area, and looking at the plans, they all look like one-bedroom flats to me that are in there, and it's going to be one-bedroom flats. But if there are families in there, then they're not. It's sort of overcrowded. They've not got a bedroom each. You know, bedroom for the parents, bedroom for the children. It's got the potential to be like really, really overcrowded. Is that correct?
The amenity space in the centre is an area of hard standing. There's been no evidence, or there's been nothing submitted about it being a child's play area as such. My understanding is that they're one-bedroom properties, and they're one bed, so 1 to 2 people. There's no evidence before me to say that there's overcrowding currently happening within the site.
Thank you. So Councillor Salmon and then Councillor Chapman.
So I think Michelle's touched on pretty much everything I wanted to ask about the impact. And actually, when I read through the paragraphs on it, I think it's 36 to 49 or whatever it is. To me, it feels like that conflicts with the existing NPPF under 135 that it should maintain or increase the amenity and character of the neighbourhood and so forth. To me, this is saying that will be blocking light, although it won't be blocking it all day, can't block it at night, but when the sun is shining at its brightest and all of that, it is going to have an impact on Eaglehurst and so forth. How did officers conclude that this wasn't in conflict with 135?
If I just share this image and then you can see the site plan, that due to the orientation, so the shape, no, I just in my head, due to the orientation, that the shading, yes, it would occur in the latter part of the day, but the Dorwin Court, where it projects at the bottom, the ground floor projects slightly further than the upper floors. And as the sun comes round from midday, yes, there would be some shading in the latter part of the day, but that would be, it wouldn't be that minimal because of the distance between the buildings. Sorry.
Can I come to this point as well? So if you look at this image, please, which shows Torrent Court in relation to the Eaglehurst, is this the correct name? Yes, so Eaglehurst. You can see actually the shadow of the Eaglehurst is falling towards Torrent Court. And you can see the length of the shadow. It's not covering the entire distance at this moment. And this image is taken potentially when the sun was shining towards the east, so early part of the day. Eaglehurst is already taller than Dorwin Court existing. And you can see the shadow pattern. It's not covering the entire length. So on the opposite side, the other later part of the day, even though we're expecting the shadows falling opposite direction, highly unlikely because of the separation, it's going to come all the way up to Eaglehurst. And again, highly unlikely it's going to be impacting significantly. Am I correct?
Sorry, last point. So when the officers assess daylight and sunlight, they'd use BRE guidance, Building Research Establishment Guidance, and that establishes to a degree of harm that would recur. So to be clear, our policies and the BRE do not state that any loss is loss in itself is harmful. And officers have applied the appropriate test to show that yes, there may be some loss in the latter afternoon, but it's not to the extent that it would be harmful to residential amenity.
Right, Councillor Chapman-Law, and then Councillor Martin, and I hope after that we can get down to debate because these items are taking longer than I hoped they would or expected they would.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm pretty sure it's been covered already, but I can't remember the details, and neither can my colleague beside me. So are the flats that are there at the moment, are they all one-bed flats?
Yes.
They are. So we shouldn't be seeing families in there anyway. Okay, thank you.
I was just going to ask, it might not be a planning thing again, but I was going to ask, is the applicant the freeholder of the building then, I take it, and that none of the leaseholders own the building? Yeah, I know you touched upon it, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, so the application certificates clarify the ownership status, but that's only in terms really for notification. Regardless of whether the applicant owns a building or not, any works will still require permission to undertake them outside the planning system. As you may be aware, you can apply for planning permission on something you don't own, as long as you notify.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
So it's not really something that we need to consider as officers.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to debate now. We've asked quite a few questions. Anyone want to start us off? Councillor Salmon?
So I think we do have to take note that there have been a lot of objections from against this application. You know, members of the public have spoken very eloquently about what they think the impact will be. I also think that although officially we can't just go, oh, some sunlight will be lost, therefore it's a negative thing. I do worry about the size of the additional 2 stories and the impact they'll have on Eaglehurst. I am tending towards refusal at the moment, but I'd be tempted to be guided by officers because I'm still not absolutely definite if it's because of the tilted balance and that our local plan is out of date, that we feel the impact on the neighbourhood is fine, or if it is just fine no matter what. And if we were up to speed with our housing stock, we would still approve this.
We didn't establish any harm with regards to the neighbouring amenity. So the planning balance wasn't actually engaged when we were assessing the impact on neighbouring amenity.
Councillor Dower?
Thank you. I'm surprised because the amount of cars that are going to be increased by that number of flats would surely have an impact on the amenities, the neighbouring amenities. I'm also worried about the light issue. I think that although you've shown diagrams there of it, pictures, I can see after midday, if that light is going to reduce, that's a big part of the day in the summer for people who are living there already. So, I think, you know, at the moment, I am erring towards refusal as well.
Councillor Chapman-Law?
Yeah, I'm just sort of looking at Google Maps and Rightmove of various flats around there. I think it's important to note that for Eaglehurst, the bits that stick out towards the existing building don't actually have any windows in them other than top floor. So and I don't see. So your shadowing isn't actually just because it's overshadowing the ends of Eaglehurst like that. I don't see it actually impacting the rest of the building because the shadow isn't from the new building isn't gonna be onto the windows of the existing building. I think the cycle store lacks a little bit of imagination. It's like, oh no, we have to have this. Oh, where are we gonna put it? Oh, I know, we'll stick it in the middle and put some bushes around it. It kind of I would like to have seen something a little bit more than that. I get the parking issues, but I wouldn't buy or rent a flat if I needed a car to get around and had a car if there wasn't parking available. Like you're not going to move in somewhere and go, oh crap, now where am I going to park my car? You go, is there parking available? What are the parking situations? And then you go, actually, this flat isn't going to be suitable for my needs. So I kind of that's why the parking SPD exists. It's very easy to switch on the old car brain and go, need to go somewhere. Everyone has a car because they don't. 20% of the population of BCP doesn't even own a car, and 43% only have one. So it's not quite as clear cut as that's why the parking SPD is there. And I think, I'm stuck on this one really a little bit in some ways because it's going to be a big upheaval for the people that are already living there. That's the problem. I think that's probably the biggest thing for me.
Yeah. The trouble is a lot of our concerns are actually not planning issues, although they're very relevant to the existing residents and people in the area. I'm sure. As a principle, I'm happy with going up, building extra floors on existing buildings. It seems a good way of avoiding encroaching on greenfield space or amenity spaces. But that's in principle, and in this case, I would assume most going up 2 stories, you go up absolutely reflecting what's there now, including the floor plans of the internal structures. In this case, the downstairs flats, the existing flats, don't meet space standards. There are 12, so the proposed floors have a different floor plan, different layout, because they can't extend the existing staircase. We've got to have these structures on the front, so it completely changes the design of the building, to my mind. And then we've got things like the cycle store plonked in the middle of the minimal amenity space, and inconvenient bins storage for one of the blocks, to my mind. You know, in themselves, most of them are quite small issues, but cumulatively, it makes me very concerned. But you know, in fact, yeah, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I visited the site yesterday, late afternoon, early evening, and I did have some concerns about the balcony that the gentleman's spoken about. That it's not just the light, it's his view as well. I mean, at the moment he overlooks rooftops, probably sees trees in the distance, but he can't sit out on his balcony and enjoy that view anymore. It'll just be a white wall with some opaque windows in. The other thing I've got an issue about is when buildings are rendered, eventually they're going to look scruffy after a bit. So it's going to be looking at a scruffy white wall. It's completely, I know it's not supposed to be a planning issue, but I think we need to consider these things because it affects people's quality of life. Also, I noticed that there were 2 houses one had just been sold, one was for sale in the current block. Dorwin Court, and so obviously they are privately owned by leaseholders. So I would guess that the freeholder's doing this, and it's just, to me, it's just a bizarre project. It's a total disregard for the residents living there, just absolutely total disregard for them. I would normally support developers because we do need them. Yeah, we do need developers, but in this to me, it's just awful. Just an awful idea. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
I just want to make clear to members that views are not material considerations for determination of planning applications. And there's been some debate about parking, cycle stores. Again, we must make decisions in accordance with the development plan unless other material planning considerations state otherwise. And the scheme is compliant in terms of both car parking, or not having any car parking, given the zone that it's in, and in terms of cycle parking.
Councillor Clements.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in agreement with Katie, unfortunately, entitlement to a view isn't a planning consideration, but privacy and access to light are. And what concerns me is from the resident who spoke about how this is going to impact their own privacy. And obviously lots of discussion has been about light. That there was mention of the windows on that side being obscured. And I'm guessing that must be a
condition.
That's the one, condition. Could it also be a condition that they don't open, or is that not possible?
Yes, that is something we could condition.
So Councillor McCormack, then Councillor Salmond.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is one of those proposals that, although deeply unpopular within the community, clearly by the amount of communications we've received, I think it's one of those ones that we have to apply the MPPF and the local policies, and unfortunately, it is one of those ones I think that we would have to approve because of it. There's no genuine reason for refusal on this one, in my opinion. So I'd just like to make the proposal to grant in accordance with the officer's recommendations.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a proposal. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Chapman Law?
Yeah, just it's as Simon says, it's it's one of those that sort of has been done within the rules, and unfortunately, no matter how much we personally dislike it and would like to have seen something a little bit more adventurous, there isn't actually any reason to any planning reason to refuse it.
Councillor Salmon?
So I think there aren't planning reasons to refuse it. I think specifically it is for lack of accessible apartments. I do think that is in violation of our local planning policies. And we are instructed to disregard that on the tilted balance because of the positive benefits. They outweigh the negative impact of the lack of accessible housing, the lack of it is accessible apartments, but also that outweighs the detrimental impact on the existing residents, which is not enough to be an objection in and of itself. I do think it is enough to contribute to that tilted balance. I would counter that I think we should be refusing based on the lack of accessible housing. That is a valid planning reason. And I do not think the benefits of this scheme, when you take into account all of the inconvenience caused and the problems, I think the parking is a thing. I disagree with Councillor Chapman Law that you wouldn't move into this place without a car. I think Simon will tell you, if you are currently in temporary housing with the council and one of these flats comes up and you go, well, I've got a car and I need that to drive to work, you will be told tough. And actually, I think when you take all of those cumulative little negative things that are not planning considerations in themselves, that tips the tilted balance across in favour of refusal.
Councillor Dower?
Thank you, Chair. So with Councillor Salmon here, really. I think the impact on amenity is a key material consideration. And it includes the factors like overlooking, loss of privacy, loss of light, overshadowing, noise and disturbance. And I think all of those things are going to happen in this case. I also think that the access and layout is also a key material thing, and it's with regard to the layout and the density of these apartments, flats, and the adequacy of parking is clearly a problem. And I agree with Councillor Salmon regarding, if you've got a one-bedroom flat, well, you're not going to take it if there's no parking, because, if it's cheap enough and you're out of money, you're going to get that, you're going to take it whether it's got parking or not. So I think that's, that's an invalid argument from Councillor Chapman Law. Also environmental issues, you've got noise, dust, fumes, smells, and the impact on those existing residents during the construction phase. I think we've got a strong reason to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, my concern is on design, which we haven't really talked about. Those additional stairwells, I'm not happy from a design point of view. So that would be another possible reason. But I think the case officer wanted to say something.
I just wanted to add that the parking provision, it'd be not really a defendable reason for refusal because it's in accordance with our policy, with our adopted standards, the parking standard SPD. It's all in accordance with that. Zero parking provision is required as part of that.
So I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to speak. We've had a motion to accept the officer recommendation that's been seconded. So I think we come to the vote. So if you wish to accept this planning application and approve this planning application, will you vote now, please?
1, 2.
If you wish to refuse this application, will you vote now?
1, 2, 3.
And if you wish to abstain, vote now.
2.
So that must be refused, I assume. But the biggest single vote was for refusal.
You've got to go through we can't just...
Yeah. Okay. So the reasons which to a large extent have been cited, although I would be reluctant to put some of them because I don't think they're valid planning reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll go through each reason for refusal, and we'll also go through whether the tilted balance test for each. So we've had a number of reasons for refusal. Can members list the first, which I understand to be impact upon residential amenity? Can you confirm in precisely which?
Yeah, so it's there is clearly going to be overlooking, there's going to be loss of privacy and loss of light and overshadowing. Those are the ones for impact and amenity. I also think design and materials and overall appearance of a development, it's overdeveloped. It's going to be overdeveloped by doing that. So I think that's an issue as well.
Could I please clarify? So overlooking from which flat to which neighbor, please? So if you look at any of these floor plans, so from which window you think will be overlooking to which neighbor, please?
Eaglehurst.
Right, to clarify, condition 8 says all windows facing Eaglehurst will be obscure glazed and fixed shut up to 1.7 meters from the floor level.
And also saying about the shadowing as well, loss of light.
We'll come one by one, please. So overlooking, do you think we'll still have overlooking impact if all windows are obscure glazed and it's fixed shut? Still there will be overlooking to Eaglehurst. Could you please explain from which window, through which window, and to which neighbor? Because we need to be very specific. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So then, sorry,
I just wanted to check, if we refuse this and it goes to appeal and we list 3 reasons for refusal and 1 is upheld and then 2 are found against, doesn't that affect the costs we have to pay, and we would have to pay more costs than if it went to appeal and we gave 1 reason and that reason was upheld? Is that how it works? Can we just clarify?
well, the costs is slightly different, the cost appeal. Now, if I understand correctly, most of the reasons for refusals you're offering are subjective. So in this case, as the decision makers, members are allowed to take that call. And again, as a professional planner, it's highly unlikely an inspector is going to allow costs on those grounds. And if one ground is upheld, yeah, and we lose 2 other grounds, 2 other reasons for refusal, still the appeal will be dismissed. But again, it's general and each case is on its specifics. So that's the reason why as officers, we're asking you very specific questions. Could you please explain to us which exact, the impacts you are considering?
Yeah, we have to be able to justify the reason reasonably. The test for cost is essentially unreasonable behaviour. So this is why we're going through this process of being really quite clear with the reason for refusal and what the harms are in relation to public benefits.
Did you have more reasons written down? Because
We're still going.
I was going to suggest, actually, I think there's only 1 reason for refusal that I would put forward, and that is for non-compliance with local policy PP12 to do with the accessible housing, and then the additional things we've talked about, such as the loss of amenity and so forth. That's why I do not feel the tilted balance is strong enough in favour of development to overturn that planning reason. So I would actually only be going forward with that. I think we should just be putting forward that 1 reason for refusal because it violates local policy PP12 and because the tilted balance in favour of development doesn't apply because we do not feel there is enough benefit of the housing because of all of the concerns we've listed. That is how I would refuse the application.
May I clarify one point? Just I'm trying to understand. So policy PP12 specifically says it is housing for an aging population. That's the main heading of policy PP12. And then under that, the general principles, number 1, number 2, care homes, and the number 3, accessible and adaptable dwellings. So this scheme is not generally for house aging population, but do you consider part 3 applicable?
Yeah, so I thought it was part 3. So I'm looking at point 86 in the report. So council therefore accepts that the lack of accessible dwellings would not be compliant with PP12 brackets 3. However, limited weight is attributed to this in planning balance due to acknowledgement of the constraint on the sites and the existing housing provision provided in this manner.
Okay. And again, just to clarify, this scheme provides affordable housing, which is compliance with policy PP11. So you are saying non-compliance with PP12 then outweighs the benefit that we get from.
Yeah,
PP11.
so the non-compliance with PP12 and all of the associated more subjective criticisms we've got of the scheme mean that when we do a tilted balance on what matters more, we go, actually PP12 matters more because there's not enough on the other side to outweigh it. And this might be my ignorance on the way appeal works. My worry was if we give like 5 reasons for refusal and one of them is valid, but the other 4 are not valid, then because we gave incorrect reasons for refusal, then we're more likely to see costs. I know we can't talk about specific cases, but I'm aware of additional reasons being added that have then overturned at appeal, and that has resulted in costs. And I don't want us to do that here by thinking more is better with reasons for refusal. But I might be wrong. I'm not a lawyer.
Certainly reading the judgments we get circulated quite frequently on appeals and whether they've been dismissed or allowed, a lot of them are dismissed on only some of the reasons for refusal. But they're still dismissed because at least one reason is valid.
No worry about putting too many reasons. All right, well, if that's not fair, let's...
I have to stress that each reason has to be justifiable, defendable, and where relevant, demonstrable. So in terms of parking, it has to be demonstrated that there has to be quite a strong demonstration to go against what is what is essentially policy compliant to warrant refusal on that ground, for example. So just to go back to the overlooking, overshadowing reason for refusal, so relevant policy is PP27, which addresses impact upon amenity. And for clarity, the shadowing impacts, what building is that relation to?
Eaglehurst.
Eaglehurst. Okay, so far we have a reason refusal based on harmful shadowing loss of light to Eaglehurst as a result of scheme, contrary to policy PP27, the pool local plan, and a reason refusal for a non-compliance with policy PP12, accessible housing.
I would also suggest adding lack of amenity space, because it's a lot, the limited space that exists is being taken up by the cycle stores, and also design, because it doesn't fully respect the Art Deco style of the existing building.
Okay. Okay. And so that was harm to the host building by not replicating the Art Deco design. Is that harmful to the character of the area?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. It's certainly harmful to that particular building, which is slightly unusual, quite a landmark building in its style.
In terms of amenity space, there isn't a policy that explicitly sets out the nature and quantum of amenity space.
But there was reference in the officer report, I'm sure, or in the verbal exchanges to there being
Where does it say?
adequate amenity space.
1D. Okay.
It doesn't talk about.
It doesn't talk about, sorry, yes, so policy PP 27.D, but it doesn't talk about the quantum of such space.
What does it say?
Development will be permitted provided that, where relevant, the scheme provides satisfactory external and internal amenity space for both new and any existing occupiers. So the judgment is whether the space proposed is satisfactory or not.
I would say it isn't, because putting the bicycle stores in almost halves what's there, but you're doubling the number of residents, more or less.
Chair, can I just? Yeah, and I think we've said about the access and layout, because it's being overdeveloped. So that size of accommodation and house, it's apartments, they're adding too many apartments on top. So I think that's access and layout, and also parking and loading. About the bins, that's the problem.
The additional height, obviously, the neighbouring buildings are 4-storey and 6-storey. Is it the additional height? Is that?
It's the additional height, not compared to the other buildings, but that building in itself, it's, you know, there's been too much added onto it. Opinion.
Yeah, so we need to establish what the harm is. Can you elaborate precisely where the harm would be? So is it character, is it residential amenity, etc.?
So the harm is regarding access and layout, because of the access for and density of the buildings, because the added buildings that we're putting in, the extra staircases, and the bins being round the other side, and I believe that's causing harm to the access and layout, which is a material consideration.
So is this more to do with the road layout for vehicles?
I think it's to do with that as well, yes. It's more to do with the actual building itself and the grounds within the building, and how it's laid out and how it's overdeveloped by building on top.
Okay, PP 27 1 says that development will be permitted provided that, where relevant, it A, reflects or enhances local patterns of development and neighbouring buildings in terms of 1, layout and siting, including building line and site coverage, 2, height and scale, 3, bulk and massing, including that of the roof, 4, materials and detailing, 5, landscaping, and 6, visual impact. Is there anything within that, do you think, the additional stories?
Not really. It's more to do with the actual building itself, the building on top of the 2 floors, which is going to reduce the amenity for the existing residents, and also the grounds, the design of the grounds. So we have the issue with the bins being inaccessible for many of the residents, and also the lack of, and I'm going to go back to it again because I think it's really important, the lack of consideration for the number of dwellings that are going to be there, and the lack of sufficient parking.
But we
I
cannot,
don't think we can include parking much as we want to, because it does meet the SPD. So I don't think, although most of us are screaming out, yes, there should be more, it meets the SPD. So that one would not be upheld, I'm sure. The salmon.
In my mind, the paragraphs 39 to 46, where it talks about the visual impact and the loss of light, I would reference how that section of the officer's report actually, in my mind, conflicts with MPPF 135, where it says all planning policies and decisions should ensure that developments will function well and add to the overall quality of the area, not for the short term, but over the lifetime of development, because I do not think this adds to the quality of the area. At best, our reading is that it's neutral. And then point C is sympathetic to the local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting, while not preventing or discouraging blah, 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 blah. And I think, again, because of the size of the extra 2 stories, I think you could argue that's against C. And then we've also got F, which is creates a place that is safe, inclusive and accessible. And I would say that, again, this is not an accessible space, and so on and so on. So that's where I would hang the second. So we've got the first refusal on the local plan bit, PP12. Then I would say the discussion we're having about the loss of light and the amenity, I think that's NPPF 135, A2, A, B, and F.
Also in paragraph 43, it refers to the design officer raised concerns about the outlook from Eaglehurst towards the proposal. Now, various amendments are referred to in paragraph 43, but none of the amendments would affect the outlook from Eaglehurst towards the proposal, as far as I can see. Because the size, the design from that aspect has not been amended.
No, you could do it outlook, impact on outlook.
Before that, could I please just check another point with Councillor Salmon, if that's okay? So you are talking about paragraph 135 of the NPPF and say the scheme is going to be contrary to points A, B, and C. Am I correct?
I think A, B, C, and potentially F as well, which talks about inclusive and accessible.
So just to clarify, the point C talks about the design or the proposal should be sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting, while not preventing or discouraging appropriate innovation or change, such as increased density. This is what is happening here. So it's increased density, but we are saying that even though it's increased density, which NPPF encourages to have, NPPF says yes. So NPPF says that while not preventing or discouraging appropriate innovation or change, such as increased density. So are we saying that this is what is happening, increased density, but we are saying that it's still harmful? Am I correct?
Yeah, I think it's the fact that it's the extra 2 stories, you know, that is going to have an impact on the existing Eaglehurst, even though you can argue that that impact isn't significant, you know, that's a subjective thing. I think we on this committee feel that actually that impact will be significant. I think we've heard what's been said by residents and the ward councillor who've got concerns about it, and I think because of their concerns, regardless of how late that late day shadow is and so forth, that's what we're refusing on. I'm not very good at putting it eloquently though.
Just going to recap the reasons for refusal we have at this time. So the first is shadowing and loss of light to Eaglehurst result of the proposal, contrary to policy PP27 and NPPF 135. Contrary to, second one is contrary to policy PP12, accessible homes. The third is harm to the host building and the character of the area due to a design but also increased density, contrary to policy PP27. And then the fourth is unsatisfactory amenity space, contrary to policy PP27. And then we need to add an additional refusal to cover for obligations not secured, so that'd be New Forest SAM. Oh, and
affordable housing.
And affordable housing.
And other SAMs and
And
heathlands.
Okay, and heathland and other SAM contributions. So taking those into consideration, what I'm hearing from members is those identified harms are not outweighed by the planning benefits as set out in your reports. So don't forget this is a tilted balance towards the provision of housing, and that's because we cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. And other benefits would include £100,000 towards affordable housing, affordable housing contribution, and improvements to landscaping in the central area.
So is everybody happy with that, particularly the mover and seconder? Oh, well, no, it's the opponents, really. The mover and seconder wanted it, of course,
Yeah.
wrong way round. Yeah.
Okay, before we vote, also you need amended recommendation for the precise wording to be agreed with chair, vice chair and the head of planning.
Okay. Okay, so we need to vote now. I can't hear what you're saying. Can you put the mic on?
Right, who's proposing it? Who's proposing
Yeah, well, I mean, well, it wasn't. It was we're overturning the motion. So, and there's been a vote to overturn the motion. So, do we need to re-vote? I'm not sure. I think we do. Yeah. So
for those reasons,
yeah.
For the reasons set out, I would like to propose that we refuse.
Thank you.
One, two, three, four.
If you wish to not refuse this application, will you vote now?
1, 2.
And if you're abstaining, vote no.
1. So that's carried. That's refused.
Thank you. Okay, now it is now 1:10. That item also took an hour and a half, like the first one. I think we need a break. The question is how long. I'd quite like to grab something to eat, so a 5-minute break is not going to be enough for me. Can we make it 20 minutes? Everybody happy? Right, hang on, that's going to make us inquire if we're not careful.
Chair.
So, hang on.
Okay, Jill. We've got joining sessions scheduled for the.
I know, I think we've got to abandon that. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Western BCP Planning Committee. Unfortunately, several members have had to leave for a variety of reasons, so we're down to 4 committee members only. But that means we are still quorate to look at the last item on the agenda, the last application, which is for 33 Springfield Crescent. So I'll hand over to 31. What did I say?
33.
Oh, 31. Sorry, 31 Springfield Crescent. And I'll hand over to the presenting officer, Leisha.
Good afternoon, members. This scheme has been brought to committee today as agreed by the Head of Planning Operations as part of the scheme that is subject to prior approval is materially similar to that of the previous scheme that was overturned at Planning Committee on the 3rd of April 2025. The application is for prior approval for the removal of the existing roof and associated dormers, construction of a new first floor and roof with pitch and form to match existing no dormers. Here is a location plan with number 31 Springfield Crescent indicated by the red pin. To the right is a close-up location plan showing the plot sizes and boundaries of the site. To the left is an aerial view of the site, which is indicated by the red arrow, and the blue stars denote the immediately adjacent neighbouring properties. In the photos displayed on screen, on the left is the front elevation of the existing property, and to the right is the rear elevation as visible from Denise Close. The photo showed on the left indicates the relationship between the site and its neighbour, number 29, and on the right its relationship with number 33. This is a photo of the street scene when stood outside the site looking up to the north or up the hill on Springfield Crescent. And this next photo is of the street scene when stood outside the site when looking to the southwest or down the hill on Springfield Crescent. This photo shows the relationship between the site and its immediately adjacent neighbours at number 33 and 29 Springfield Crescent and number 38 Denise Close. There is a separation distance of approximately 5 metres between the site and number 33, excluding the garage, 6.5 metres with number 29, again excluding the garage, and 16 metres with number 3A Denise Close, measuring at the closest point. This slide shows the relevant planning history, where in 2024, an application was refused for 2 reasons. On the 3rd of April 2025, a subsequent application was brought before committee with members resolved to refuse the planning application against the officer's recommendation. The refusal reasons were similar to that of 2024's application, and they read as follows. The proposed scheme, as a result of its significant massing and height, would fail to respect and relate to the existing building and local patterns of development and would not preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the street scene of Springfield Crescent and Denise Close by virtue of its overall design and appearance, and as such it would fail to comply with the provisions of policy PP27 of the Poole Local Plan. The proposed scheme would have a materially harmful impact upon the privacy and amenities of the occupants of the neighbouring property by means of overbearing and overlooking due to the height and proximity to the neighbouring properties, and therefore would be contrary to the provisions of policy PP27 of the Poole Local Plan. The assessment of Class AA, it can be broken down into 3 parts. The first part of the assessment starts with whether the proposal falls within the criteria for permitted development. In this instance, AA1, subsections A to K of the Schedule 2, Part 1, Class AA of the Town and Country Planning Act, the Town and Country General Permitted Development Order, as of 2015 as amended. The assessment for this is set out in Appendix 1 of the report. However, I will go over how the proposal fits within the criteria shortly. For the second part, the proposal will need to comply with the requirements of AA 3.1 by according with the procedures for applications for prior approval, and would also need to comply with conditions specified in AA 2.2. The proposal would comply with this part, and again, the assessment for this is set out in Appendix 1 of the report. The third part, AA 2.3, requires determination to whether prior approval is required as to the impact on amenity of any adjoining premises, including overlooking, privacy and loss of light, the external appearance of the dwelling house, including design and architectural features, AA, the principal elevation of the dwelling house, or VP, any side elevations of the dwelling house that front a highway, air traffic and defence assets impact of the development, and whether as a result of the sitting of the dwelling house, the development would impact on a protected view identified in the directions relating to protected vistas dated 15th of March 2012, issued by the Secretary of State. It is considered that prior approval of a local planning authority is required for this development, and this is for the consideration of the committee. This is the elevation of the existing dwelling. The existing ridge height is 6.427 metres and the existing eaves are 2.5. It is noted from objections that concerns have been raised that the dwelling has been enlarged by the addition of one storey due to the roof accommodation afforded from the dormer windows. However, in the interpretation of Class A makes clear that roof accommodation is not a storey for the purposes of the class, and as such, the dwelling is considered to be one storey and has not been enlarged by the additions of storeys. The proposed ridge height is 9.41 metres, which represents an increase of 2.958 metres. This remains within the maximal allowed increase of 5.3 metres under permitted development criteria. Additionally, the proposed east height is 5.5 metres. This is the previously refused scheme and that had a ridge height of 8 metres measured from the lowest ground level. The eaves height in that proposal was 5.6 metres measured from the lowest ground level. When viewed side by side, the proposed scheme would have a proposed ridge height that is 1.4 metres taller than a previously refused scheme. However, the additional storey being provided would have a floor to ceiling height of 2.4 metres, which is very similar to the existing ground floor height of 2.5 metres. This meets the requirements set out in Class AA for permitted development. Despite the increase in overall height, the scheme remains within the specified height restrictions. As set out in Appendix 1 of the report, the proposal will comply with all criteria set out in Class AA 1.1 subsections A to K of the order. However, briefly, there would be no change of use. The site is not located in Article 2 free land or within a site of specific scientific interest. The house was built following planning permission in 1956, and as already explained, existing dwelling house does not already benefit from additional storey and would not exceed the height limits. Finally, it would not require any engineering operations other than works within the curtilage of the development to strengthen its existing walls or existing foundations. As it has been established, the proposal would meet the requirements for permitted development. However, AA 2.3 requires determination as to whether prior approval is required. It is considered that prior approval of the local planning authority is required for the development, and this is the consideration of the committee. The proposal is materially similar to that overturned at Planning Committee of the 3rd of April 2025 in terms of the footprint and windows position, whereby members found the proposal is harmful, contrary to officers' recommendation. The office assessment of the current proposal with regard to the impact of presidential immunity is set out in detail within the officer's report. The first floor windows closest to number 33 would allow overlooking into the rear gardens of the neighbouring properties. However, this overlooking is existing from the dormer windows is not considered to give rise to an acceptable harm to the privacy given the existing situation. The first floor windows closest to number 29 would have an outlook over the application site's rear garden and would be forwarded views into the neighbouring gardens of number 29 Springfield Crescent and number 3A Denise Close. Overlooking to 3A Denise Close is existing from the current dormer windows and therefore is not considered that first floor windows would give rise to an acceptable privacy concern. Overlooking into the rear garden is mutual in the area and is expected in urban areas. The proposal is therefore considered acceptable from an overlooking privacy perspective. The proposal would not give rise to an acceptable loss of light, considering number 33 is located to the southwest of the application site. There would not be a material increase to overshading, which would differ greatly from the existing situation, and whilst there would be a minor increase, the windows on the side elevation of 33 does not serve habitable roofs and or have secondary outlooks. Therefore, the proposal would not result in harmful loss of light to number 33. Despite the orientation of number 29 to the north of the application site, there would be a slight increase in shading onto the side elevation of number 29 due to the increase in story. However, this would be over the roof of number 29 where there are no roof lights, and therefore the proposal would not give rise to an acceptable overshading loss of light to this neighbour. It is noted from a neighbour's representation that a daylight survey has been submitted. Notwithstanding the assessment set out within this report, the survey demonstrates a minor increase in shading to number 33 Springfield Crescent, mostly over the front garden, side access. For the reasons set out above, this is not considered to be harmful to the immunity of the neighbour. The The survey also indicates an increase in shading towards number 29 and its roof in the winter months. Due to the assessments within this report, this is not considered harmful to the immunity of this neighbour. In comparison to the recent refusals on the site concerning harm to the character and appearance of the area, due to the design of the proposals, this application puts forward a design that better reflects the existing character of the dwelling house with the use of matching materials and the same roof form. Previous refusals proposed a more modern design with alterations to the roof form. There would also be no alterations to the footprint of the original house, and as such, it is considered the proposed external appearance of the dwelling house would reflect the character of the area. Therefore, the proposed works are permitted development. Borough approval is therefore required and should be granted, subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have the speakers. First of all, two objectors. We have James Kane, who will be on Teams, and he will speak first, to be followed by David Alderson, who is here in person, and will follow. And between them, they have the normal 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I act on behalf of the owners of 33 Springfield Crescent, which is the property most impacted by this proposal, and you'll hear from Mr. Alderson shortly. I spoke at the April committee for the previous application and noted that members resolved to refuse on the basis that significant massing in height would not preserve the character of the area, and indeed the scheme would be overbearing due to height and proximity to neighbours. That was for a standard household application, and the applicant has now submitted an application for prior approval. However, matters such as neighbour amenity and the external appearance of the proposal still need to be a matter of planning judgment in such applications. I ask you to compare the principal elevation of the dwelling, which the prior approval regulations asked the decision maker to do, with the previously refused scheme that was in front of you in April. We are in the realms of a Frankenstein's monster design in order to comply with the Class AA regulations. Clearly, such a design is not the optimum for the site, otherwise the applicant would have put something similar forward in the last application. The design of the principal elevation is of excessive bulk of mass and towers over the existing ridge height and the ridge height of the previous scheme. Note the faint blue line on the plans. The appearance of the dwelling will jar with that of immediate neighbours. This brings us on to the impact upon neighbouring amenity. Neighbours still consider that the scheme will result in loss of amenity in terms of overlooking privacy and loss of light. This new proposal will have more of an overlooking impact upon those properties in Danzy Close than the previous application, due to the orientation of the subject property and the placement of 6 first-floor windows overlooking nearby gardens and properties. Cumulatively, I feel that the balance remains on the side of this application being materially harmful to neighbouring amenity and the design of the principal elevation being unacceptable. Your officer accepts at para 30 of the report that the scheme is materially similar to that which was refused in April. The report also notes at para 31 that there is a taller roof than that overturned the committee. It would surely represent inconsistent decision making to refuse the previous scheme, but then approve what is a much larger and impactful dwelling this time, when it is within the gift of the committee to consider design and amenity impacts still. It's respectfully requested that this application be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Alderson.
2.5 minutes.
Sorry? Right, so you've got 2.5.
Thank you.
Near enough.
Good afternoon again. I'm David Alderson, owner-occupier of 33 Springfield Crescent, my wife. Thank you for enabling me to speak. What I want to do is share again with the committee the harmful impact in human terms that this new larger building will have if approved, after you rightly refused the last plan at your 3rd of April meeting. Indeed, you may remember that Mr. Forster, the architectural technologist, said at the end of this presentation on the 3rd of April that you should approve the last plan because the prior approval right to rise plan he would put in would be worse, and it certainly is. Tucked away in point 3.1 of the planning officer's report is the crucial acknowledgement that this latest plan has changes to the roof form with a taller roof. To be clear, the new roof is about 1.5 metres higher than the previous plan, which was already 3 metres above our own ridge height, which you rejected, which would make the total difference above our ridge height now a whopping 4.5 metres. This is a much taller roof, and the emailed 3D models and planning officer's illustrations show that we have a 2-storey, 4-bedroom building just 4 metres, not 5 metres away, now not only 3 but 4.5 metres above our own ridge height, which will plunge our definitely inhabited hallway, downstairs bathroom and upstairs main bedroom and bathroom into all-day darkness, requiring all-day artificial light. I also need to emphasise again that just a 4-metre distance from the lower side of the nearly 1 metre drop in land, which is where we are at number 33, means that we're up against the negative impact of an equivalent 3-storey building, which now has a ridge height approximately 4.5 metres above our own. By refusing a last plan on the 3rd of April, you agreed that this was not an adequate separation distance and that an equivalent 3-storey height from our ground level was very overbearing and very oppressive. I ask you to consider doing the same again, this time refusing a plan with a roof height that is even taller than the last and also has the potential for a future application to refit dormers in the new roof. This larger structure with taller roof will also take away our privacy through harmful overlooking compared to the existing chalet bungalow dormers. Like our neighbours at 3A and 2 Dansey Close, all our gardens will be directly looked into, as well as their bedrooms, living rooms and kitchens. Because of the new design's much greater roof height, overbearing and oppressive mass and very negative impact on the street scene, James Kane and I would respectfully ask that you refuse the plan so that a future plan is in keeping with this lower part of Springfield Crescent and Dansey Close, adjoining the Ashley Cross Conservation Area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have no speaker from the applicants or supporters of the proposal, but we do have ward councillor Emily Harmon, who's online and will be speaking now.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, but you're fairly quiet.
Oh, let's see if I can make that better. Is that any better?
That's a bit better.
Closer? I'll speak loudly. I'll use my teacher voice. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak again. Like the previous 2 speakers, I spoke back in April regarding this application. And as everyone will be aware, during that committee meeting, it was decided to refuse the plans. And I'm grateful to Wendy Lane, Director for Planning, because she used her discretion to bring this prior approval application before the committee today, which I recognise is a fairly unusual thing, I think, to do. I do have concerns as to the process here, and I feel strongly that if this prior approval is to be granted today, it would completely negate the previous committee decision and throw up serious questions as to the authority of this committee and the consistency of the decision-making process. This prior approval application, whilst materially similar to the previous application, is for a taller building, as we've heard, than the one that you previously refused planning for. One of the reasons for rejection was that the proposed scheme would have a materially harmful impact upon the privacy and amenities of the occupants of the neighbouring properties by means of overlooking. The officer's report for this prior approval states that the windows on the side elevation of number 33 do not serve habitable rooms and or have secondary outlooks. Therefore, the proposal would not result in a harmful loss of light to number 33. We have just heard very clearly from Mr. Alderson that this is not true. Whilst for a prior approval application, we cannot look to the pool local plan or the MPPF for guidance, as was very clearly and helpfully highlighted in the presentation previously, we have the GPDO instead, which states the following. Development is not permitted if there is an impact on the amenity of any adjoining premises, including overlooking, privacy and loss of light. Given that the committee have already concluded that the proposed build would indeed impact severely on the amenity of the closest neighbours, and we have heard through objections today and those submitted via the planning portal that the amenity of adjoining premises will be negatively affected, I find it hard to see how this prior approval can be granted today. And whilst I believe that this prior approval should not be granted today, I don't want this to be the end of the development journey for number 31 Springfield Crescent. If refused, I implore the owners of number 31 and the developers to meet with myself and the closest neighbours so that we can find a way forward to ensure that number 31 can realise its potential as a beautiful, modern family home, but with minimal impact on the neighbouring properties. And I just will add at the end, it's as a councillor, I believe that my role is to help communities come together and communicate effectively so that we can achieve results that are in the best interest of everyone. And I'm committed in helping all parties in this instance to do this here as well. Many thanks for your time.
As the committee is aware, this is a slightly unusual application for us to consider in that it is for prior approval, and that in many ways limits the sort of reasons we sometimes look at with an open planning application. So I'm going to ask Katie Harrington to outline the matters that can be considered and by implication the ones that can't.
Thank you, Chair. So, why you can bring up presentation where you've got those sections. So, just to explain, so prior approval. So, prior approval is a part of the consideration of permitted development where it is relevant and set out within the general permitted development order. So, it's very similar to. I'll start that bit again. So, it's common knowledge that generally 3-metre rear extension on a backward dwelling would fall within permitted development, and this because of the wording within the general permitted development order. This is no different, but in this instance, this is in relation to extending additional stories above existing dwelling, and unlike your standard single-storey rear extension up to 3 metres, there is an additional section which requires the prior approval of the local planning authority, and that's generally 2 steps. This first step is whether prior approval is required, and it is in this instance. And then there are points to consider. So in this instance, and we're dealing with Class AA of the General Permitted Development Order. The main ones for the committee today are the impact upon amenity, and the wording is impact upon the amenity of any adjoining premises, including overlooking privacy and the loss of light. So members can consider those. And external appearance, including design and architectural features. So the wording here is the external appearance of the dwelling house, including design and architectural features of the principal elevation of the dwelling house, any side elevation of the dwelling house that fronts a highway. So that's not the rear. And they are the 2 main considerations for members. There are others, so there's air traffic defence asset implications, which officers consider that there are none. And the other is protected views, which are not material in this instance.
Thank you very much. It would be a help if we could at some stage have our previous reasons for refusal on screen, which I know we did at our meeting on Monday. So if that could be organised at some point.
They're wrong.
Oh, are they here?
Yeah.
They're here. Sorry, I'm looking on the wrong screen. Right, so that's for future reference, no doubt. But in the meantime, have we got any questions?
Sorry, I'm being dead thick. So MPPF has no relevance here whatsoever, neither does the local plan. What's the name of the document we are weighing this up against? Do you say it's G something?
Right, so this application is, as you rightfully say, slightly different. It starts with the assessment of general permitted development order, which is a document prepared by the central government. It outlines what can be erected without seeking full planning permission or any planning permission, as long as it fits within the specific criteria. It's a very lengthy document, and it's got lots of parts and classes. The class we'll be discussing today has been introduced on the 31st of August 2020 during COVID-19, and that was to do with enabling additional development because, as you remember, planning was slightly delayed in that regard because we couldn't go on site and assess development as it was. So that was to enable development for residents to go above and beyond what was usually within the GPDO order. Within that,
The general assessment of cases which are permitted development only comes to technical criteria of how many meters they project, are they high enough, are they far enough from the boundary within specific parameters and technical guidance. In terms of prior approvals, this is a 2 or 3 stage process. That includes the first part, as Katie Harrington just explained, when it is a permitted development, so whether it is specifically high, does it have a floor to ceiling, is it established as a dwelling in a particular period of time, so it limits what can be converted or what can be added to it. And on top of that, there are specific criteria when the planning officer can fall, they fall within the assessment. Within that assessment of prior approval, which was on the slides, is the third part of the assessment, is when we assess amenity and any other impacts. And in that part, you can take into account your local policies and you can take into account your NPPF. However, not in the part 1 or 2, which is very technical, and that only refers to dimensions, height, and any specific criteria that the government decided would be acceptable in general. So we cannot change those. We need to accept them and only tick the box as they fit. The part 3, which is the actual prior approval, is when the planning officer goes and assesses the scheme using the local policies and the NPPF as well.
Can I just ask a follow-up then? Yeah. So, if this application was assessed on the NPPF or our local policies, do we know if it would pass? And if this is some kind of loophole, why doesn't everybody just do everything under this, get it done this way?
Well, it's the prerogative of the applicant to choose what kind of application they would like to submit. Prior approvals or permitted development applications are very limited in terms of what can be done. They are restricted by historic extensions as well. So if someone's got already one extension, they cannot technically build and enlarge this and add to it. Otherwise, people will be adding without having any control over it or assessment of it. Therefore, not everything qualifies. And because it is fairly restrictive in terms of the technical parameters, sometimes the applicants feel like it basically reduces their amount of creativity or what they would like to achieve with their development. They don't necessarily need to follow what the technical guidance would be telling them. They would like something else. In this instance, the application is limited to that it needs to be built over the whole dwelling and it needs to have specific heights, cannot exceed that. It obviously then means that the applicant cannot be more creative in terms of saying they would like additional extension here and there or single story extension. It needs to follow that guidance. That is restricting. So in general, again, applicants can choose whatever they wish to do. If they just want to go for a very basic application and avoid the process of planning application, they can choose prior approval. Or if they wish to have a proper application, household extensions, or let's say full application, then that gives them a bit more wriggle room in terms of what can they propose, and that gives planning officers a bit more way to assess many more material planning considerations than those allowed in a prior approval.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman-Law.
Just confirm for me. So there was mention about views and that sort of stuff. So in this situation, sorry, 2 seconds. Are the views of the properties in Danzy Close applicable, relevant? So if somebody, if prior approval allowed somebody to put 10 stories up, no, it's not, but there's an extreme example of a road that was a road or two away, would the views of the residents behind the property over a valley or whatever, would they be relevant to the decision?
We're considering amenity, so yes, we'll be talking about outlook, loss of light, privacy. Views, not so much, as we've had that in previous items, and just a reminder, views are not material planning considerations. However, we have the assessment of residential amenities as allowed in the prior approval, the third part, so as it is outlined in the report.
And it also talked about the elevations to the highway. But given that Dancy Close is also a highway, does that mean it's got two?
It needs to follow the front elevation or, sorry, principal elevation of the dwelling, or any side elevation that fronts the highway immediately. So if the highway is behind and there's an intervening build form, it doesn't classify as fronting the highway.
But it does this, would this particular building, I mean, obviously it's fronting Springfield Crescent, no doubt about that. What about Dancy Close?
No, so the wording is the principal the side elevation of dwelling house that fronts the highway, and it's the rear that fronts the highway, so we can't consider the rear in terms of design.
Right, so it's only got to be from Springfield Crescent. Right, thank you.
The property does front Dancy Close.
It does, but we need to be really look. The general permitted development order, you have to look at very carefully at the wording. So in this instance, it only allows consideration of design and architectural features in terms of the principal elevation, which is the front elevation.
It's just to clarify, principal elevation is seen as the elevation has got features of the dwelling which we'll consider to be a front elevation. That's why it says also that it can be a side elevation, because sometimes you have entrance to the dwelling or a porch to the side, and therefore the GPDO acknowledges that some dwellings will not have the principal elevation fronting, being on the front of the dwelling. It could be to the side, but when it's fronting the highway as well, then that is also included in the assessment. So we're talking about principal elevation, and in this case, the principal elevation fronts Springfield Road.
Is it possible also to bring up that list we had? It included the air traffic control as number 3, but so we've got the exact wording of 1 and 2. Oh, here it is. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Thank you. Councillor Salmon.
So I think I'm getting up to speed. So I think I've got the relevant document, the GPDO. So it's a couple of things I want to check. So in theory, if the applicant had put in this application first, this would have been approved under delegated powers and nothing would have happened. But because they put in an application for something more ambitious, that came as a regular application and was refused by this committee. So that's the story here, yeah?
Generally speaking, applications come in as a householder of full application, and sometimes agents would indicate there is a fallback of permitted development which can be built without planning permission, and they sometimes show, as you've probably seen on plans, the dashed lines showing we can actually build two-story extension. It will be X amount of meters projecting, but we're only asking for a little bit more. In this case, yes, potentially the case officer assessed the prior approval as she has done it in the householder application, assessing amenity, visual amenity, and every other material planning consideration, which is normal planning applications. She has concluded that there was no harm. So if technically the prior approval application would have come first, it is likely that the case officer would have followed the same assessment, and she has been consistent in that regard. And that's why the recommendation is still to support the scheme as it is.
Just to clarify that, regardless of the mechanism or what could have happened, depending on ordering, that's not material to the determination of this application. So we must focus on what's before us.
Sorry, no, I get that. I just wanted to get my head around the situation. So, to me, in the GPDO, you've got, I hate the way this is set out. So in AA2, yeah, you've got 3. Yeah, it's 3A. Before beginning the development, the developer must apply to the local planning authority for prior approval as to impact on the amenity and any adjoining and all of that. Point I, to me, this is stonking huge. You know, this is a big thing. How does this not impact on the amenity? How did the officer looking at this come to the conclusion that is it 3 meters, 3.5 meters it goes up? There are no other bungalows there, are they? I mean, I'm just curious how they've decided that it meets this condition. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm not familiar with this framework at all, and I don't get how it's been applied. Because to me, going up 3.5 metres where it's all bungalows absolutely does have an impact on the amenity.
Thank you. So, in the officer report, it's been noted that the proposal would not appear overbearing given the existing separation distance and number 29 being situated at a higher level, therefore reducing the impact of the application site increasing in 1 storey.
In my mind, then, if we were to refuse based on that part of this document, 3AI, that would be consistent because that seems to be a subjective assessment as to whether or not going up 3 stories is problematic. Not 3 stories, 3.5 meters. Yep, it's not that. All right, but actually, that would be a valid planning reason for refusal that we could refer to.
I think we're getting near to getting into debate because some of the issues that are being raised are verging on being debate. So let's go into debate. And I'm finding it useful to have the reasons for refusals last time on the screen, which are on page 94 of the officer report. We've also got it on the other screen with slightly different wording. On the officer on the original agenda document, the proposed scheme would fail to respect and relate to the existing building and local patterns of development. Actually, it's B that I really wanted to start on. The proposed scheme would have a material harmful impact upon the privacy and amenities of the occupants of the neighbouring properties by means of overlooking, and therefore would be, well, that's going to the local plan. But surely that reflects the number 1 of this. I mean, they're bullet points, they're not actually numbered, but it's the first one. The trouble is I haven't got them both on the screen at once.
Yeah, so yes, that could...
Because that talks about amenity, it talks about...
It does. And the question for members is whether the current scheme before you overcomes... still has those issues or overcomes those issues compared to the original.
But this was my point. I was going on to, does the new scheme overcome our reasons for refusal as they relate to permitted prior approval? Councillor Clements.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I'm a bit baffled by this, I have to be honest, because it appears to me that it's actually taller than the previous building that we refused last time, and therefore would have even more of an imposing effect in terms of amenity, overlooking, privacy, and shadowing and light. So yeah, I can't understand how it's got this far, being an even bigger plan than the one that we refused last time.
Councillor Salmon.
I would like to propose that we refuse this, and I think it's because of the unacceptable harm to the neighbour amenity, and it doesn't fit in with the appearance of the rest of the area. Those would be my 2 reasons for refusal.
Thank you. Have I got a seconder? Thank you, Councillor. So we've had some reasons given. Looking back at the reasons for refusal last time, A was the proposed scheme would fail to respect and relate to the existing building, and you're saying pattern of development, and you're saying the revised scheme is the same, in the same respect, not the same scheme. So, can we go back to the bullet points? That's the one. So amenity impacts, privacy light overlooking, privacy, amenity. I mean, the amenity impacts, are they restricted to privacy light and overlooking, or can it be other things? So, I mean, the overbearing isn't actually mentioned, but overbearing seems to be one of the main reasons for wanting this refused.
Yeah, if I could just clarify, the wording is impact on the amenity of adjoining premises, and then it says including, then this overlooking privacy and the loss of light. So be my interpretation that you could include overbearing.
External appearance, including design and architectural features from the front highway, main highway from the front, in this case. Again, we gave that as a reason last time, would fail to respect and relate to the existing building and local patterns of development. So again, that can still apply.
Yes.
Yes, if we wish it to.
Gentlemen?
Gentlemen? Yeah, well, don't. Can we have a public one? There's only four of us. I shouldn't be. So, have you reached any conclusions you wish to make public?
I think it's in the GPDO, it's 3AI and 3AII, isn't it, that we can refuse
Yeah,
on?
we haven't got that actual bit on the screen in front of us. I'm looking at what we have got on our presentation screen, and it's the first two bullet points at the bottom.
And bear with me, I can log in.
Do you have the GDPR up, or do you want me to send you what I found?
What was
Including overlooking privacy and loss of light, but not restricted to, I take that to be.
Yeah.
So overbearing could be included. The external appearance of the dwelling house, including design and architectural features of the principal elevation. So what, do we want to include that as well as a reason? Is the design from Springfield Crescent out of keeping?
In my opinion, it's out of keeping because I tell you what, maybe I'm wrong on Google Maps, but when I look there, they're all bungalows. I must confess to have not trundled out there on my bike prior to filming this one, but they all look like bungalows. I'm happy to be corrected.
The other side of the road, there are a couple of houses, but on their side, on the odd side, they are all bungalows or bungalows, low roof height houses, so they're bungalows with
Sort of chalet bungalow type thing. Yeah. Oh, we've got a motion that's been seconded to refuse this application. We've already got some reasons given. We'll have to, if we decide to refuse, we'll make sure the officers are happy that we've got enough and that they're clear. So if you wish to refuse this application, this prior approval application, vote now.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you.
Should we go
Right.
through the reasons for refusal then? Are you happy to go through Monica? Right, so what we've heard is what we've heard was that previously the committee refused the application for, which was the proposed scheme as a result of its significant massing and height would fail to respect and relate to the existing building and local pattern of development, and would not preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the street scene of Springfield Crescent and Dunsey Close.
So we have to take
We can't have Dunsey
no,
Close, can we?
removing Dunsey Close by virtue of its overall design and appearance, and as such it will fail to comply with the provisions of policy PP 27 of the pool local plan. And
So
I
that's
would,
got to come out.
no,
That
it
can
can
stay.
stay,
That can
but
stay, can
we
it?
will
Right.
also suggest adding Schedule 2, Part 1, Class AA2, 3A, and paragraph 2. So that's the visual amenity part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically overbearing. Which
Oh, that's
the
not,
next one.
That would be the next one.
next
as
one.
well.
Right.
Yeah, so the proposed scheme would have a materially harmful impact upon the privacy and amenities of the occupants of the neighboring properties by means of overbearing and overlooking
Yeah.
due to the height and proximity to the neighboring property. Doesn't specify which one, I'm afraid, and therefore would be contrary to the provisions of policy P27 of the pool local plan. And again, I would like to suggest adding Schedule 2, Part 1, Class AA2, 3A, and subparagraph 1 of the GPDO.
Can we go back to the elevations, I suppose, of the proposal to see about windows overlooking, particularly 33, but possibly 29?
Yep.
Because if we're
Oh,
including overlooking, we want to be sure that overlooking is an issue.
I think I've booted your.
Suppose it's a side elevation, really, towards 33, principally.
You can speak, yeah.
Can I just make note that the side elevation windows have removed at the first floor level part of the permitted development says they cannot have side elevation windows. So,
So maybe overlooking what needs to come out. Does it?
Well, if that's suggested, then I would say there is no overlooking from the first floor windows
Yeah.
to the sides, and I would suggest it needs to come out, yes.
So stick with the overbearing.
So we've got overbearing due to the height and proximity.
Yeah.
To the neighboring property, I assume we're talking about number
33.
33, Springfield Crescent.
Yeah, we haven't looked at 29 specifically.
Okay.
Okay, is that happy? Got everything we need?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, we do need to agree those. Just to clarify, our members in agreement with those that wording, those reasons with reasons.
Yeah. Unanimous. Thank you very much. So that concludes all the applications we have to look at. We've just got the appeals report information.
Yeah.
So do we stay online for that? Yes.
Yes, stay online for that.
Yes.
Very quick. The report is for noting. The purpose of the report is to be transparent and update members on the performance of direct management and enforcement teams with regards to appeals. So we are meeting our national targets. There's also a section in there where appeals have been allowed and reasons for those, and they mainly relate to character, which is subjective. That's it.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank
okay, so meeting closed. So we come offline.